Well, good morning from the Race Day broadcast desk and the HPI Broadcast Center here on this Sunday morning. You're with Lee Drake along with Peter McPhee. Vance Cameron will be in the booth here calling all the action on this Sunday for Atlantic Breeders' Crown. Peter, 58 minutes ago before the first race post time, we started things off this morning with the pancake breakfast. It's hosted by the Flying Realtor, David Corrigan, and Dr. Kathleen McMillan each and every year. And the Premier spoke this morning, and he had some great messages of an industry that is, this weekend is really showing some great signs of growth.
Yeah, it really kicked off on Friday, Lee, with another successful Atlantic Classic sale. Friday at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds, great sale and great work by everyone there. Carried over to yesterday, we got 9 races in, made a decision not unsafe track conditions, so we canceled the rest of the card. We're going to bring one of those races back today at 12:15. Last night the banquet was terrific, honored a lot of nice families, as well as Ken Oakes with the Lifetime Achievement Award. And like you said, the breakfast this morning was very nice words by Premier Dennis King. And we're moving into racing, Lee, here at 12:30 today.
Memory Lane is something that you need to go visit as well. It's just outside of our broadcast location here. So if you get a chance, because it's coming down today, and those families, the McCollum family from Nova Scotia, the Ryan family of Brunswick, and the McLean family from Prince of Rhode Island, great displays in there. And Kent Oakes, our friend, of course, and industry giant here on Prince of Rhode Island, did so much for harness racing, honored this morning with the Joe Smallwood Memorial Award, and some other highlights we'll be talking about throughout the day. But yeah, we have the Constellation coming up at 12:15. A couple of auto checks for you as we get ready to go live from HPIBet.com, as well as Championship Sunday is underway at Red Shores. We could have your attention, please. Your attention. We have a black GMC half-ton truck that's in the parking lot, and license plate number EBL 569, Nova Scotia plates. That's EBL 569, Nova Scotia plate, black GMC half-ton truck. We'll ask you to please return to your vehicle to park your vehicle in the parking lanes.
Racetrack.com. Post time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Maritime Provinces Colt Stakes Association Limited was formed in February 1966 for the purpose of setting up and promoting a series of stakes events for maritime bred 2, 3, and 4-year-olds. And boy, how far it's come over the years, a name change, and it's known as the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Weekend, and here it is, the Weekend of Champions on a Sunday. This is Race Day Live from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. You're with Lee Drake, along with Peter McPhee at the HBI broadcast desk and Vance Cameron in the booth getting ready to call all the action today. Peter, what a difference 24 hours makes. We have sun and cloud, cool temperatures today. A little bit of wind, that could be a factor a little later on, but wow, what a card we have today.
Yeah, sure do, Lee. It's been a great weekend so far with the Atlantic Classic sale kicking off on Friday. Again, we had some races yesterday, made a call because of unsafe track conditions, so we got 9 in. We'll have one before we start the card here today. Banquet last night was a great success. Congratulations to all the families as well. And we had the pancake breakfast this morning with Premier King, a really big hit as well. And we're ready to race, going at 12:15 today.
Yeah, 12:15 with that non-wagering event. That's the consolation that did not get in from yesterday, and that's coming up at 12:15, as Peter mentioned. Sun and cloud today, wind northwest 40, gusting to 60, and the temperature's in around between 9, 10 to 12 degrees all day long, but that's how it's going to set up for you. And let's get more of that information that we need for this Championship Sunday from McGann, who will call all the action today. And a pleasure to work with you last night, Vance Cameron, at the banquet like we do each and every year. And as you said last night, and I totally agree, this is one big card here today.
Absolutely perfect weekend we've got going on, with the exception of the weather conditions yesterday forcing the cancellation at the end of the program, Lee. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Redshores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for today's racing program, as the Weekend of Champions continues here in Charlottetown. They'll be on the fast track today, 12 degrees Celsius, and there is a 1-second wind variant at this time on today's racing program. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Today, the senior judge, Mr. Derek Fallen. The associate judges are Mr. Kent Butler and Mr. Dylan Allain. Now here are the afternoon's program and equipment changes. First change will go to race number 2. The Crown Final for 2-year-old trotters. In the second, number 2, Ocean View Nikki, adding earplugs. Number 4, Marcus Down Ridge, from a straight check bit to a chin chain. Will remove shin boots behind and add brace bandages, and will add shin boots up front. Number 8, Dusty Lane Gus, will go from blinkers to blind bridle. Next change, you'll go to race number 8. In the 8th race this afternoon, number 7, Like a King, adding a Tony Morgan spreader inside. Next change, turn to race number 11. In the 11th race, number 3, Brumby, will go from blinkers to an open bridle with cheek rolls. Next change, you'll go to race number 13. In the 13th, number 6, Salisbrook Ian, removing the Pelling Pacifier and the Martingale, and will race today in a blind bridle. Turning over to race number 14, scratch the 8 entry, Share the Moment. She will not go. Race 14, scratch number 8, Share the Moment. Turning over to race number 15, scratch number 6, All About the Cash. Race 15, scratch number 6, All About the Cash. And the 16th race, the $50,000 Premier's Cup, will go as programmed. And that will wrap up the changes on the pari-mutuel card here this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, at 12:15 today, we'll have the consolation of the Atlantic Breeders' Crown for 3-year-old Colt Pacers as a non-wagering event. Pari-mutuel windows, they'll be open and they'll be selling. First race post time is set for the pari-mutuel department at 12:30.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. Now, back to Race Day Live.
Well, Race Day Live is underway here in Charlottetown Championship Sunday, Atlantic Breeders' Crown, and we have fast track, 12 degrees, 1 second variant for wind today. That's what we're calling for right now, and nice to have the track back to, wow, great condition here today after what happened yesterday, Peter. We do have the consolation coming out, the one that we missed yesterday, 3-year-old colts.
Yeah, that'll be at 12:15 today.
12:15 it's coming out, but we have the $50,000 Premier's Cup. It's coming up on the final race of the card here this afternoon. Okay, and the Atlantic Invitational Series Road to the Premier's Cup, Peter, and what a purse.
Yeah, it really was. Premier King was down there today, of course, at the breakfast, and he talked about just thanking all the owners for bringing these horses to the Maritimes to race. They raced all year throughout the Invitational circuit. Top 8 today will race in race number 16 for $50,000. So again, big shout out to the owners, trainers, and drivers of these Invitational horses.
And you know what's interesting is Rollum did win the Premier's Cup last year off the rail, and he's back on the rail this year, as you can see in that great picture there for the Premier's Cup. We'll greet the horses coming out next for the non-wagering event of the 3-year-old Colts Consolation.
Ladies and gentlemen, now on the track for the post parade, it's the McRae's Backhoe and Trucking Atlantic Breeders' Crown Consolation for 3-year-old pacing colts and geldings. It's a non-wagering event. On parade, here's to Wars 1, owned by Clark E. Smith, Donnie Smith, and Paul Hogan, trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy drives. 2 is Hamac General, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts, driven by David Dowling. Number 3, Love Matters Most, owned by Rebecca May Horton and Blair McLaughlin and Jeff Lilly, trained by George Renison, Ryan DeRage aboard. Number 4, I Did It My Way, owned by Simon Hughes Stratford, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Now the 5, Jack Boswell, owned by Mark and Keith McDonnell of Fort Hood and Blendish Young of Long Point, Nova Scotia. Keith McDonnell, the trainer, Mark Campbell. 6 is Helmack Exclusive, owned by Jimmy Gorman, Leith Wade, and Leslie Wade. Corey McPherson, the trainer driver. Rolled on Lewis 7, owned by Carl Bagnall of Stratford, trained by Corey McPherson. Today, Paul Langell. 8, Woodmere Armor, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean. Gilles Barrio drives. Number 4, I Did It My Way, is scratched here in the non-wagering event. I Did It My Way scratched.
All right, well, there you have it, the non-wagering event. That's why we've removed the odds that are cycling out right now for race number 1, because I didn't want to confuse you on that. And it's a non-wagering event on this consolation race here today as we go to the gate. They'll be racing for purse here only. So as you can see on your screen right now, the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Consolation for 3-year-old colts. And this was the consolation that we could not get in yesterday. The track crew did a fantastic job all day. They really did. And to get the card going, we were very pleased with that. And to get it all the way to race 9 very pleased with that as well. But after the 7th, the rain came, Peter, and it just put us in a position where after John Power and I got together with the drivers in the paddock after the 8th, they decided to go one more. And anyway, the visibility was not there. And, of course, safety is our number one concern, and that's why that was the rest of the card was thrown out. However, we were able to get this consolation in as a non-wagering event to run this today at 12:15. So that's what's happening.
Yep, and we'll see. The 1 is going to be Here's to Art for Kenny Murphy on the rail. Hamac General will be 2. That's David Dowling. Love Matters Most and Ryan DeRoche will be 3. The 4 is out. I Did It My Way was scratched yesterday, scratched again today. Jack Boswell 5 for Mark Campbell, and Hamac Exclusive for Corey McPherson is 6. Roland Lewis for Paul Angel 7, and Woodmere Armor for Gilles Barrio is 8. They'll all move in a little bit due to the scratch of the 4.
Yeah, and they have a purse. They're going for $7,500 here. So that's the consolation from yesterday. And when we work together, we can all do good things. So thanks to the commission and everyone working together, Atlantic Standard Breeders Association, and of course with Red Shores, and able to pull this off today. Well, I see that Metro Home Building Center starting gate back on the track. It's sparkling here today. Philip Gregory did a great job of getting that thing shined up, as he always does. One of our sponsorship assets here. The consolation from yesterday on today. Here's Vance Cameron with the call.
Here's to Art, Hamac General, Love Matters Most. Jack Boswell, Hamac Exclusive, Roland Lewis. Woodmere Armor, scratch down to a field of 7. Top of the stretch. Three-year-old Colt Pacers, consolation. Non-wagering, post time. Up and pacing. Here's to Art is the first one out. Coming in between the horses is Jack Boswald, and at the rail is Hamac General on the turn 3rd. Coming up 4th, that is Woodmere Armor. Love Matters Most on the turn goes 5th. Then 6th is Hamac Exclusive in the early trailer. Roland Lewis along the back stretch, and Campbell keeps coming with Jack Boswald to clear the lead as they arrive at the quarter mile. Here's to Art, took him on, is settled up for the 2-hole ride. Gapped out in 3rd is Hamac General, then racing from 4th. That's Woodmere Armor on the turn. Love Matters Most 5th. Then in 6th, that's Hamac Exclusive, and Roland Lewis the trailer. Wow, what a difference a day makes. Boom! Just like that, 27 and 2. Welcome to Charlottetown on Championship Sunday. They're halfway home, and Campbell's trying to get a breather in with Jack Boswell. Racing second is Here's to Art. Then 3rd into the turn, Hamac General, 57 and 3 for the half mile. Just 30 and 1 in the second split. They have 3/8 of a mile to go. Jack Boswell will take him to 3/4. Here's to Art is second. Woodmere Armor has picked up 3rd on the outside. Hamac General at the rail 4th. Moving up 5th is Hamac Exclusive. On the outside, it's Roland Lewis 6th. And now the trailer. Love Matters Most. They go by 3/4, and Campbell sitting up now on the front end. Jack Boswell quickly by 3 off of 3/4 of 1:28 and 1, and they're headed on home, and it's all Jack Boswald in here. Here's to Art trying to hang on to second. Hamac General coming to the outside, up the rail. Hamac Exclusive, Jack Boswald, and Mark Campbell all alone on the line. Hamac General gets up for the deuce, and 3rd goes to Here's to Art. And the time for the mile is 1:56 and 1:28 seconds closing quarter.
All right, look, the Universal Media slow-mo for you in the non-wagering event here today. The 3-year-old Colts for $7,500, and it was Jack Boswell and Campbell, and they called all the shots here today, Pete, and at least they did it over a really fast track.
Yeah, they did, Lee. And this guy's had a nice year. He's been up against the A Colts most of the year. So, again, he gets in here today. And Mark wasn't going to take back. Boy, snappy 27-2 here for the middle of October. And he is there. Backs it down a little bit, 57-3. Still the boss there, too, at that time. Here's to Art and Hamac General. Backside separation time, 128-1. Gas pedal for Mark. And down the stretch they come here now. And, yeah, Mark a little bit of a lean back here. But Jack Boswell takes off late. 156-1. Put on the point and rolled right down the highway here to kick it off on a Sunday afternoon. Jack Boswell wins it. Hamac General second. Here's to Art third.
Here's the official results of that non-wagering event. Here's to our third. Hamac General was second. Love Matters Most seventh. I Did It My Way was scratched. Jack Boswell, the race winner. Hamac Exclusive fourth. Roland Lewis fifth. Woodmere Armor sixth. 27-2, 57-3, 128-1, 156-1. In review 327. Scratch 1-4, 5-6. Jack Boswell arrives at the winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding 3 by Tobago Cays from the unexampled dam, some shore somewhere. Owned by Mark and Keith McDonnell of Port Hood, Blandish Young of Long Point, Nova Scotia. Bred by Mark Collette and Craig Arsenault. Trained by Keith McDonnell in those Mark Campbell hands. A going away winner in 156 and a 1/5. At trackside, the McRae's Backhoe and Trucking Atlantic Breeders' Crown Consolation Cooler presentation. Jack Boswell, 156-1.
All right, well, there's a look at race number 1. So that's why we removed the graphics and the odds there for you. And horses will be coming out of the paddock here very shortly. And Peter, nice to have Garnet Barnsdale and Robert Reed Jr. back into the mix here today, along with your picks, and post-time picks is Kurt Hughes. So
Yep.
we have a number of different angles here. It doesn't look like it in this race, but we're going to have a lot of different views today, which is great.
Yeah, it is great to have Garnet and Robert back. Like you said, they were with us during Old Home Week, so nice to have them back for Breeders' Crown weekend. Garnet is going to the 3, like you said, 3, 1, and 2. Robert Reed, who's won our handicapping challenge the last couple of years, he's back for Breeders' Crown Sunday. Robert going 3, 1, 2. I'm kind of with the guys, just a little bit different. 3, 2, and 1. And Kurt at the bottom there today, post-time picks, 3, 1, and he's putting in the 8 in his try. 3, 1, 8 for Kurt along the bottom with post-time picks today. So, yeah, lots of ways to go here as we get set for race number 1 on Championship Sunday.
First race on the track for post parade, Zayden's Luck, number 1, owned by Gary Polton and Dewar Burhall of Charlottetown, trained by Gary Polton. Miles Heffernan drives. 2, George's Credit, owned and trained by Philip Kelly of North Wiltshire, David Dowling. 3, Joe King, owned by Tyler Wilkie of Stratford, trained by Kyle Wilkie, Jason Hughes driving. 4, Luigi Bizzacco, Stephen Murphy training and driving for owner Amanda McTavish of Harrington. 5 is Neptune Sealsteer, owned by Carly Ward, Mickey Gallant, and Nicole McPherson, trained by Mickey Gallant, today Adam Murner. Redland Samson 6, owned by Roderick Gillis, Donnie Smith, Paul Hogan, and Troy Cudmore, trained by Cliff Murphy, driven by Kenny Murphy. 7, Just Call Me Doc, owned by Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford and Ben Matheson. Keith trains and drives. 8 is Big Bad Bruiser, owned and trained by Neil Bambrick of Charlottetown, Corey McPherson. 2 minutes wagering time on race number 1. There's no changes in the opener with 2 minutes to post time. Welcome to Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship Sunday at Red Shores, Charlottetown. Peter McPhee and Lee Drake are next from the HBI broadcast desk.
Maybe a few little gremlins rolling around here this morning. I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe it's the wind, but we lost a little bit of power cycle there on our Wi-Fi, but it looks like it's back now. Atlantic Breeders' Crown weekend is underway. There it is, and we conclude it today. McRae's Backhoe and Trucking is the title sponsor. Atlantic Sire Stakes thanks you for all your work. And, of course, we always kick things off with the I'll Pick 5, that low 15% takeout, $2,000 guaranteed pool on races 1 through 5. So make your way out to the track for the opener here today in Charlottetown. Okay, we'll get you set up here, a minute to roll with a mixture of sun and cloud. Fast track, 12 degrees, 1 second for variant today. That's because of the wind. 1 second wind variant as we roll with Joe King. Love that name. He's leaving for post 3 here today for Jason the Blue Knight Hughes. Comes into the action. Kyle Wilkie is the trainer, and Tyler Wilkie of Stratford is the owner. Had 5 wins last year, searching for that first win of the campaign in 2024, Peter, and could get that one today from post 3.
Yeah, again, I think that's the key here. He's drawing back inside a little bit. The last couple you can see he's been on the outside. 6 claiming level, 2 back there, left 6, first over 6th, 58 and 1 to Doc Darrell. And then he came right back on the 3rd, left 7, again first over 3rd, 57 and 3, 29 and 1. But the one that I like is on the 21st of September there, left 4. Again, he seems to come first up. You look at his last 4 lines. This horse has been first up every time. The 1-3 back first up, second at the top of the lane, and second just beating the length, 56-4. So Solid Silver won it. This horse was a good second, 56-4, 29-4. He's looking for win number 1 on the campaign here today, 8-5 on Joe King.
Well, the opener here today in Charlottetown at 8-5 right now in the 3, as Joe King, as Peter just pointed out. Now we'll go one slot to the left to George's Credit here for Philip Kelly of North Wilshire. He owns and trains David Dowling, who had a great day yesterday. Grand slam on that muddy Saturday afternoon card that ended early, but he's back into action here today. He's on the edges on the last 2 starts, but Post 2 sends out the second most winners with 124 victories from 659 starts with data from Standard Canada, and our bettors love data. And that could go in his favor today, Pete.
Yeah, I like the 1-3 down at the 8-11 level, and he's back there today. To me, he was on the rail. David pointed him, raced really well, led most of the way, collared late by Doc Darrell, but he was second, half a length, 57, 29-1. So real nice effort. He's been up the ladder the last couple at the 10:51s there. You can see he was 6th both times, but really not that far away. Charted 58 and change in both of those starts. But I like the fact that he's dipping back down here to the 8:01s. He'll be inside here today. I think he's going to be close, 5-2.
Well, another shot to go here before they go to the gate, and that's a 3-1 choice right now. Zayden's Luck, Peter, on your picks here today from Miles Heffernan Sr., Gary Polton's the trainer, co-owns with Dura Berho, and they're coming into it. Hadn't much luck of the draw until today, and he lands on the pole.
I think that's the reason why, Lee. 7-6-6, the rail here today, going to be tucked in. We like him for part of it, 3-1.
Countdown clocks in for the opener here today on this Sunday afternoon. The Metro Home Building Center starting gate has the field. Let's go upstairs for the call with Vance Cameron.
Zayden's Luck, George's Credit, Joe King, Luigi Bazzacco, Neptune Sealster, Redland Sampson. Just Call Me Doc, Big Bad Bruiser. They're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Ralph and pacing. George's Credit and Zayden's Luck are the first 2 out. Third one to the turn, Joe King. To their outside comes Neptune Sealster. Then around the turn, Just Call Me Doc is picked up 5th. Away 6th, Luigi Bazzacco. Then 7th, Big Bad Bruiser in the early trailer. Redland Sampson up the backstretch they go. Guarding the cones was Zayden's Luck for Miles Heffernan Sr., and they're on the lead by almost 2. George's Credit is second. Just Call Me Doc is caught out, advancing third. Fourth at the rail, Neptune Sealster. Then 5th is Joe King. 6th, that is Luigi Bazzacco. Underway 7th, Redland Sampson. And now the trailer, Big Bad Bruiser, 28-4 opened it up. And now in the front end, that is Zayden's Luck, the leader. A long afternoon. If you Just Call Me Doc, he's going to be out all the way. Third at the rail, George's Credit. 4th, Neptune Sealster. Joe King moved to the outside, 5th. Coming 6th on the outside is Redland Sampson. At the rail, 7th. That is Luigi Bazzacco, and trailing the field, Big Bad Bruiser, 57-4 was the halfway home time as they arrive at the 5-8. There are 4 in and 4 out, and now they're swinging out 3 wide, led by Zayden's Luck. Out there 3 high. Joe King now up to challenge. Racing third, George's Credit. Redland Sampson is coming 3 wide. 4th, Just Call Me Doc is tiring now. 5th, 3/4 up in 1. 28-2, they're on the turn for the final time. Zayden's Luck is still there. Right alongside Joe King. Redland Sampson is coming 3 wide. In at the rail, George's Credit. Way wide. Neptune Sealster set the camera up. Wow! What a way to open it up. Here's George's up the inside, George's Credit and Dowling. Neptune Sealster was charging on the end of it for second. We'll need a show photo. The trip was 1:58-1.
Here's a look at the stretch drive for you in the afternoon opener, and boy, do we have a lot of action in here. Joe King, the second over, he was positioned well to strike at Peter, but it was George's credit. He was locked in the box the whole time there with Dowling, and they get up to get it done.
Yeah, I said in the pre-race lead, he's dipping down to this 801 level. He likes it at this level. He got a perfect trip here this afternoon. Zayden's luck through 28 and 4, 57 and 4. First over, long day for Just Call Me Doc. 3 goes second over, not today, but David never panics. Slips down the passing lane late. George's credit, he loves the 801 level. Kicks it off on a Sunday afternoon at Red Shores.
George's credit arriving at the first race winner's circle, pacing Black Gelding 7 by Up the Credit from the Die Laughing Dam St. George Lady, owned and trained by Philip Kelly of North Wiltshire, bred by the Casimir Stable of Hagar, Ontario. David Dowling picks up the winning drive in 158 and 1/5. George's credit in the Sunday opener at Charlottetown. Here's the official results from race 1. Zayden's Luck was third. George's Credit, the race winner. Joe King finished sixth. Luigi Bazzacco fifth. Neptune Sealster second. Redland Sampson finished fourth. Just Call Me Doc seventh. Big Bad Bruiser was eighth. 28 and 4. 57 and 4. 128 and 2. And the mile 158 and 1. In review 316. 524 78. George's Credit paid $650 to win. The exactor $39.10. The triactor $151, and the superfecta $211.85.
So welcome back to Race Day Live on this Sunday afternoon as we continue, and we're coming up with our first final. This is the 2-year-old trot final on the way next for $17,500, and we'll greet the starters in just a minute. Something that was brand new earlier this year, and we're very proud of it. It's going to continue on. It's the HBI PEI Rewards Program. And so if you sign up for HBI and you play the tracks here in Charlottetown and Summerside all season long, you will earn rewards. So we'd love to have you signed up. Get ready for the fall-winter campaign. Earn some awards for some great cash back and other exciting announcements to come, Peter, for 2024 and for 2025. So we're going to roll in the picks here as we get the paddock cab back up and going again. And Garnet Barnsdale and Robert Reed, again, another good theme going.
Yeah, Garnet heading 3-2-8 here. West River Jet for Kenny McDonald. Horse has been sharp of late. Already has 4 wins this year. Should be up hand to the action. 2, Ocean View Nicky. Again, having another good year for Blue Diamond Racing. Josh McDonald. And Garnet putting in the 8 as well. Dusty Lane Gus. Robert Reed Jr. 3-2-5. And myself and Kurt Hughes, we're agreeing with Garnet. 3, 2, and 8. Horses on the way for race number 2 next.
Atlantic Sire Stakes, PEI Harness Racing Industry Association, Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship Final for 2-year-old trotters on parade. Dusty Lane Kahlua 1, owned by Gary McDonald of Dundas, Ontario, and Ronnie Gass of Cornwall. Trained by Lenny Myers. Adam Werner drives. 2 is Ocean View Nicky, owned by Blue Diamond Racing of Vale and Josh McDonald of Little Pond. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. 3 is West River Jet, owned by Haley McDonald of Stratford. Trained by Claire McDonald. Kenny McDonald's in the sulky. 4, Marcus Down Ridge, owned by Wade Siliker of Borden Carlton. Trained and driven by Claire McDonald. 5, Supreme Rocket is owned by Jamie Whelan of Vernon Bridge. Trained by Mike McGuigan. Jill Barrio drives. Number 6, Kemco Thor, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. Miles Sr. drives. Number 7 is Fire the Rocket, owned by Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. 8, Dusty Lane Gus, owned by Alexis Gass of Cornwall, trained by Lenny Myers. Mark Campbell. Down to 4 minutes wagering time on the second race. Lee and Peter are next with a thank you to our 2024 Atlantic Breeders' Crown sponsors. Can't do without them.
Well, you're absolutely right, Vance. And McRae's back on trucking, got things rolling with the Atlantic Sire Stakes. We've talked about them all weekend and all season long, for that fact, Peter. But Donnie McRae, not only was he successful at the sale and investing in the sale on the weekend, but he does invest in a lot of sponsorship too.
Yeah, for sure, Lee. Again, thank you to Donnie. He's been sponsoring the Atlantic Sire Stakes all season long. Stephen and Joe McRae Memorial for the Open Mares. That'll be in race number 14 this afternoon. So a big thank you to Donnie as well. Atlantic Vet College, Lee, Red Shores, the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association, City of Charlottetown, and the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association. All great sponsors this weekend.
Yeah, all great sponsors. David Corrigan, Century 21, Colonial Realty, the Flying Realtor, and Dr. Kathleen McMillan as well, so from Atlantic Vet College. All great sponsorship. Thank you for your work. We have a couple of equipment changes to announce here for you, and that come up in this race. Number 2, Ocean View Nicky, adding earplugs. Number 4, Marcus Down Ridge, removing hind shin boots and overcheck bit, adding chin chain, brace bandages behind, and shin boots in the front. And the number 8 is an equipment change, as you heard earlier, but let's remind you, the number 8, Dusty Lane Gus, blinkers to blind. So we make our way out to the track right now, and this is the 3, West River Jet. Kenny McDonald doing the driving for his wife, Claire McDonald, who's going to be aboard the 4, leaving right side by side here in the gate. Haley McDonald owns this 2-year-old by EL Rocket West River Jet and comes into here very solid in stakes action, Peter. Comes into this one with a second place finish in the Lady Slipper at Summerside.
Yeah, raced really well and had a big year, this horse. 9 starts, 4 wins, 3 seconds, 2 thirds. So, yeah, that's 9 for 9 in top threes, up over 40,000 in earnings, 59 and 2 the record rate here at Redshores in Charlottetown. We'll take you down the lines here. You mentioned the start in Summerside. Lady Slipper put on the point, led most of the way, and just Collar, bless me father, gets West River Jet at the wire. This horse raced well. Second, 2 minutes flat, 29 and 1. And then prior to that, again in Summerside, left 6 first up and won by a nose. Real good effort, 2-1, 29 and 3. And then here in Charlottetown, I mentioned that 59 and 2 trip. Again, sat in the pocket most of the way, rallied late to win, 59 and 2. So yeah, up over 40,000. This horse has had a dynamite year, looking to cap it off here in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final in the 2-year-old trot here. West River Jet is 3-2.
All right, let's have a look at the 2 Ocean View Nicky scoring down here in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final of 2-year-old trotters, Atlantic Sire Stakes and PEI Harness Racing Industry Association, 17,500 here. And Blue Diamond Racing, Femi Vale and Josh McDonald, Little Pond. They're the ownership team of this 2-year-old filly. Mike McGuigan trains and drives today. And certainly can't overlook this filly, Peter. Has only missed the top 3 twice in 9 starts.
Yeah, racing really, really well. Like you said, 7 for 9 in top threes, 3 wins, 2-2 and 3 the record at Redshores and Summerside, over 31,000 in earnings. So yes, a very good year for Ocean View. Nicky will take you through September the 12th there. PEI Colt off the rail, a good second to Ocean View Rumors, 2-1 and 1, 28 and 2 to close it out. Went to Summerside in the Atlantic Sire Stake A's. Third by a head. It was a great race. Blanket finish. West River Jet, Dusty Lane Gus, Ocean View Nicky, all at the wire together. This horse third by a head, 2-1. And then last time out, made that early break, never really got into it. So looking to recover today back here for Mike McGuigan in the 2-hole. They got a big shot here. Ocean View Nicky, 7-5.
Well, I was joking last night, Peter, but not really, because there's so much work goes into this, an all-season-long campaign. You land here on a Sunday afternoon for the championship final, and, you have to be a little nervous of it, and also full of excitement.
Yes.
And it's so great to see all these horses out here today, and the track is in such great shape. And good-looking field here, and I like the chances of Dusty Lane Gus. I hate the 8-hole. Who would like it? 7 out of 8 entries are be EL Rocket, and this guy is 32K in the bank.
Mm-hmm.
All top 3 finishes. The 8-hole is not where you want to be, but I think a big contender in here for sure.
I agree. Putting this horse in, even though it is post-8, Dusty Lane Gus for Alexis Gass of Cornwall. Lenny Myers trains. And, Mark Campbell gets along very well with Gus. You can see they're 9 for 9 in top threes. Like you mentioned, over 32,000. Second by a nose, 2 back there in Summerside, 2-1. A little further down, PEI Colts, second to West River Jet in 59 and 3. So, this horse is a contender here. It just depends on the trip here today. We know Mark can work one out. We'll see what happens from post-8. But we're going to put Dusty Lane Gus in here. 3-1.
Yeah, and trainer Lenny Myers making the equipment change there on the 8, blinkers to blind here on your equipment card. So at 3-1 right now, and the field is getting ready to go to the gate. Should we check out the backstretch here? Scotty McKendrick at the wheel of the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Starter Jeff McDonald calls them in. Countdown clock's on. It is race number 2 on a Sunday championship final day. Upstairs for the call, here's Vance Cameron.
Dusty Lane, Kahlua, Ocean View, Nicky, West River Jet. Marcus Down Ridge, Supreme Rocket, Kemco Thor. Fire the Rocket, Dusty Lane, Gus on the grandstand side, top of the stretch. Two-year-old trotters in the Crown Final. Post time. The rough end trotting from the far outside, Dusty Lane Gus. West River Jet is closer to the rail in between horses as they round the turn. Supreme Rocket, then Dusty Lane Kahlua now third. Off stride goes Dusty Lane Gus on the outside. Now racing fourth is Fire the Rocket. Away in fifth, Ocean View Nicky. Then sixth is Kemco Thor. Back down trotting seventh is Dusty Lane Gus. And trailing the field, Marcus Down Ridge on by the first quarter, led by West River Jet for Kenny McDonald, leading by 2. Second, Supreme Rocket. Up with the leaders. Third, Dusty Lane Kahlua. The gap to fourth, and Fire the Rocket there. 29 and 2 was a solid beginning here for the 2-year-old trotters en route to the opening half mile. And it's West River Jet, the fraction setter. Racing from second, Supreme Rocket. Dusty Lane Kahlua third. On the move, fourth is Ocean View Nicky. Up the rail, Fire the Rocket fifth. Dusty Lane Gus is taken over sixth. Kemco Thor in seventh. And the trailer, Marcus Down Ridge, 59 and 4 over to the opening half mile. 3/8 left to go. And on the front end, West River Jet continuing to lead. Second is Supreme Rocket, her stablemate. That's Ocean View Nicky on the outside. Now to take over second. Third is Supreme Rocket. Fourth is Dusty Lane Kahlua. Fifth, that is Fire the Rocket. They're on by 3/4 in 1. 29 and 4. They're going a good clip in here as they arrive at the 7/8. West River Jet clear by 2. Homeward bound. Second, that is Supreme Rocket. Ocean View Nicky is third. They're in deep stretch now. West River Jet, Supreme Rocket. West River Jet for Kenny McDonald all the way in the championship final for 2-year-old trotters in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown. Second, Supreme Rocket. Third, Ocean View Nicky. And the time for the mile, an excellent trip of 1:59 flat.
Well, the stretch drive comes up here in the Universal Media Slow-Mo, Peter, and what a trip here today. West River Jet, that is great performance. Kenny McDonald, they meant business off the wings here today. They laid down all the fractions and get it done here in championship final.
Yeah, the horse's form was great coming into this race, and Kenny made no mistake putting this horse right on the point here today. 29 and 2, brisk over there, and the leaders 59 and 4. Supreme Rocket was sitting second at that point. Dusty Lane Gus had made the early break. 129 and 4 still. Ken and West River Jet down the stretch they come. They're trying to fend off the 5. Supreme Rocket, she was the points leader coming into this race here today. She raced great, tracked all the way, but not quite as the 3 West River Jet right down the Redshores Highway here. 1:59 flat to take race number 2.
Whit Haley's looking down and he's mighty proud today as his West River Stock Farm name lives on here in 2024. West River Jet arriving at the second race winner's circle, trotting Brown Gelding 2 by E.L. Rocket from the Muscle Mass Dam, Caddy's Angel. Owned by Haley McDonald from Stratford, bred by Wayne Burley, Claire McDonald, and Gary Burley of Nova Scotia. Claire McDonald does the training. Kenny McDonald put the colt on top at every call to a new race win record today of 159 flat. West River Jet in the Atlantic Sire Stakes PEI Harness Racing Industry Association Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship Final for 2-year-old trotters with the winner's circle presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by Racetrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Racetrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Racetrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Here's the official results now in the second race. Dusty Lane Kahlua 4th. Ocean View Nicky 3rd. West River Jet the race winner. Marcus Down Ridge was 6th. Supreme Rocket was 2nd. Kemco Thor finished 8th. Fire the Rocket was 5th. Dusty Lane Gus finished 7th. Fractions 29 and 2. 59 and 4. 129 and 4. And the mile in 159. In review, 431, 628, 57. West River Jet, 260 to win. The exactor, $13. Triactor, $27. Superfecta, $16.03. And the early daily double, $10.70.
So back to Race Day Live on this Championship Sunday. We're working away on a 16-pack program today, and we're going to take up now the Premier's Cup. And this, of course, is all part of the Road to the Premier's Cup, which started earlier in the season here today, and the point standings. So every time you race to one of these signature events throughout the season, Peter, of course, you collected points, and really what happens is the top point getters go for the 50 grand today, and it was Twinbee Tough Enough, who's just had a fantastic season in those signature events, leading it off with 24 points.
Yeah, Twinbee Tough Enough. He was the leader. He finished in first in the Atlantic Invitational Series. 24 points. Roll 'em and Roll with Hottie Toddy. They were tied for second with 23. Blood Money, a really good year, fourth with 20 points. Batteroff Hanover was 5th with 19. B2B was 6th with 18. And tied for 7th, Island Beach Boy. And Tony Tootal, he won that race late in the year, so he is in as a top 8 performer with 16 points. So, yes, those are the 8 horses that will race today in race number 16.
Yeah, race number 16. And Rollum has the rail in the Premier's Cup here today. We'll be going through the Premier's Cup a little later on, but that's how the points did shake out for the season, and that's why we have these top 8 going in today. Horses are coming next. The picks are in here, and we'll greet the field for race number 3.
Third race on Post Parade, number 1, Selkirk Echo, owned by Bobby Joe Matheson. Cheryl and Zach McFarland, trained by Ron Matheson. Jules Barrio drives. 2 is 2 Points, owned by Cindy McLean, Joel Watts, David Dowling, and Mary Weeks. David Dowling is the trainer driver. Number 3, Bohannon, owned by Krista Dunsford from Dunell, trained by Jay Noy. Kenny Murphy drives. 4, Hamac Augustus, owned by Alan Smith of Brookfield and Brad Smith of York. Brad does the training. The drive goes to Corey McPherson. 5 is Rockin' Novel, owned by Reynolds Racing of Murray River, trained by Roy Reynolds, Mark Campbell. 6, Impeccable Shadow, owned by Dale and Rennie Incorporated, and Melissa Rennie, trained and driven by Adam Murner. 7 is Mac Anover, owned by Andrew Williams of Richmond, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason News. Number 8, Talk Some Smack, Todd Walsh, training and driving for the Talk Some Smack stable of Charlottetown. 4 minutes to post time. This is Race Day Live from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island.
All right, so we continue on here on this Sunday afternoon. There's a look at O'Brien's Social Bar and Kitchen, Peter. And this was the first year for the Breeders' Crown Breakfast that we're able to host it in there.
That's right. Very nice crowd this morning, Lee, and it's been a very successful start for O'Brien's, as we know. Kicked it off earlier this year, and it's been a real hit here at Red Shores in Charlottetown. It's on the lower level here when you come in, and again, tremendous food, and Lee, it looks like lots of people there today for the races.
I don't know if we could ever push back any further there next time, but there's a nice bar at the back and high top tables and a really nice picture of Joe O'Brien back there as well. But O'Brien's Social Bar and Kitchen, open now, and with some great specials and some new favorites. Well, they're not new favorites; they're old favorites, and they're back again.
They're back. The hot hamburger. Yeah, the wrap.
Yeah.
Lee, they're a couple of our favorites.
All right, back to the track we go here for race number 3. Exacta 20-cent superfecta tractor wagering. You can tag your ticket on track with the Wild Horses. They carry a jackpot of $25. Been a popular play all season long. This is 2 points. Leaves from post 2 today for Cindy McLean, Joel, and David Dowling, Mary Weeks, Joel Watts. David, it's the trainer. He's already had a good day yesterday. He's off to a victory here today. So Dowling in the bike for this one. Had a big day with that Grand Slam. Got a live drive in here, Peter. Already has 6 wins this season. Moved here from Plain Ridge in November last year, and the crew from All-Star. They'll be cheering him on today. Yeah,
they sure will. And the 1-2 down is the one I like the line there. 1561's here in Charlottetown on September 28th off the rail. He was tucked in the entire way. And a very good second to JK Last Chance. 2 points, charted 57, and he closed out in a snappy 28-2. He came back at the 9 claiming level on the 5th of October, left 5, sat 6 most of the way, ended up 7th, 57-1, 28-2. Good group, Pictonian IM, Nolan's Magic Sway, Evil Vintage. They were 1, 2, 3 on that day. But he's had a good year, like you said, 6 wins from 24 starts. Drops down a little bit here today. Inside post, I think he'll be tough. 2 points, even money.
So we're working the 3rd in Charlottetown today, and we slide down to the 6th. This is Impeccable Shadow here. Adam Murner trains and drives for the ownership team at Dale and Ronnie Rennie and Melissa Rennie. As we're getting into the action here today. Finished second in 54-2, and a little miscue put him out of it last week. Should be tough to deny in here today.
Yeah, he will lead. Again, he's another class dropper here. As you can see, you go down the lines, he's been as high as the 1851s this year, a little bit lower there. You can see back in August there, he was a winner over this track in 54-2, 29-2 on the end of it. So yeah, he's got a lot of speed, this guy. And again, like you said, he had a little bit of a break last time, took himself out of it. But the one prior to that was real good, where he tracked all the way in the 2-hole and was second in 54-2, closing it out in 29-2. So certainly has the speed to go with this group. He's on the outside here, but he's got a big shot today for Adam Murner. Impeccable Shadow, now the favorite at even money.
So we have a field of 8 here getting ready to go to the gate, and we'll go to the rail sitter at 5-1 choice right now for Selkirk Echo and Gilles Barrio. For trainer Ron Matheson, who had a big celebration earlier this week. On Tuesday, actually, he notched his 1,000th training victory last Tuesday night for Ronnie Matheson. So not only did he a lot of great things on the training side, or on the driving side, Peter, but that's quite a thing to get 1,000 training wins.
It really is in the Maritimes, Lee, yes. What an accomplishment for Ron Matheson. And he got it, like you said, on Tuesday night there with TH Boomtown, and a nice win. And it was great that Barrio was driving the horse on that day as well, Lee. They've won so many races together, Gilles Barrio and Ron Matheson. And to get win number 1,000 for Ron on Tuesday night, very fitting.
Selkirk Echo here, Bobby Joe Matheson, Cheryl McFarlane, Zach McFarlane. They have new ownership teams having quite a run here, and lining up off the rail is a good spot to work from on this Sunday.
Yeah, he loves to finish third, Lee, too. If you look at his stats there, you can see last year 7 third-place finishes. This year he's already got 5. I like him just being tucked in here today. Like you said, the 1-2 down there at the 561 level, he was third, just beating the length in 58-1. He closed out 29. He can close this guy, 29-2, 29 and 29-2 his last 3 races. Barrio on the rail. I think we're going to put him in here, Lee. I played a 2-6-1.
Well, the Honourable Jill Burridge, Minister responsible for harness racing, in attendance at the banquet last night, the Premier this morning. Nice to see my longtime friend and also our broadcast days, Zach Bell, now the new Tourism Minister and Sport and Fisheries too. So, countdown clock is in here for race number 3. They're in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, and back upstairs for the race call with Vance Cameron.
Selkirk Echo, 2 points. Bohannon, Hamac Augustus, Rockin' Novel, Impeccable Shadow. Mac Hanover, Talk Some Smack, top of the stretch. They're ready for a start. Up and pacing, 2 points, fires out on the rail. Selkirk Echo right within him. Coming from the outside, Impeccable Shadow is third. Getting away fourth, Bohannon around the turn in fifth. That is Hamac Augustus. The drop in 6, Rockin' Novel. 7th is Mac Hanover. And Talk Some Smack on the outside, the trailer along the back stretch. 2 points for Dowling out in front. Impeccable Shadow on the outside second. They are rolling here. Right there in the pocket third. Selkirk Echo 28. And 1 was the quarter, and Impeccable Shadow has self-destructed here as they race around the turn, and 2 points now, back on the lead, racing from second towards the rail, Selkirk Echo, third, Bohannon on the move, fourth, that's how Mac Augustus, Rockin' Novel, fifth, Mac Hanover, sixth, Talk Some Smack, seventh, trailing the field, that is Impeccable Shadow, halfway home, and they were there in 15 157-1. Midway round the paddock turn, the leader 2 points to his outside. Halmack Augustus second, third at the rail. Selkirk Echo. Bohannon continues fourth. Rockin' Novel fifth. Mac Hanover sixth. Talk Some Smack seventh. And Impeccable Shadow is eighth. They arrive at 3/4. 2 points the leader. On the cone, Selkirk Echo reclaims second. Hanging on the outside third. That's Halmack Augustus. 3/4 up in 1:26-1 as they arrive at the top of the stretch. 2 points will bring them home. On the cone, Selkirk Echo. From the outside, Halmack Augustus. On the wire, they come next. And here is 2 points for David Dowling. Second will go to Halmack Augustus. Selkirk Echo finishes third. 1:55-2.
Well, sent off at 3-1, 2 points, and Dowling. They get into a bit of an early tussle, speed tussle there with Impeccable Shadow, and then Shadow took himself out of it there, and they go right down the road here for another Dowling victory here today. Good trip, 55-2.
He's hot. 4 wins yesterday. He's already got 2 here today, and he did not want to give up the front end. I said he was tucked in today, and he was going to be pointed 28-1. Impeccable Shadow wanted to take him on. Boy, did they battle past that opening split. Unfortunately, 6 goes off stride. David controls it through 28-1, 57-1. Corey comes first with Halmack Augustus. Not today, 126-1, and down the stretch they come here now. Dowling with the lean back. He's got 2 points there. 155-2 right down the road. 4 race good. Halmack Augustus second. We said Selkirk Echo. He loves to finish third, and he does again here today. So again, it's 2, 4, and 1 in the third.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your
2 points into the third race winner's circle by Pacing Gowling. He is 4 by Deuce Sealster from the Bettor's Delight Dam. Tally Ho, owned by Cindy McLean, Joel Watts, David Dowling, and Mary Weeks. Bred by Gary Hall and Christina Hall of Maine. Trained and driven to victory by David Dowling. David's second winner for the double, and a new race winner record for the horse of 155-2. 2 points and the Dowling double in the third.
And a special thanks to David Corrigan, the flying realtor there with cooler presentation. Also with his, well, it's 25 years he's been doing this, so we appreciate the support and thank you for the cooler presentation for the third.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results from the third race. Selkirk Echo third, 2 points the race winner. Bohannon finished fifth. Halmack Augustus was second. Rockin' Novel finished sixth. Impeccable Shadow was eighth. Mac Hanover finished fourth. Talk Some Smack was seventh. Fractions 28-1, 57-1, 126-1, and the mile 155-2. In review, 315. 26847. 2 points paid $8 to win. The exactor 2170, the triactor 6070, superfecta was 3221.
So welcome back to Race Day Live here in Charlottetown, and we gave you a shot of O'Brien's Social Bar and Kitchen. There's some cool things happening there. The menu has been revised. The $14.95 daily special is back in there as well, and some fan favorites that are coming back in to the mix as well. So we're now open. You can get some reservations in there. You can find all the information on our website as well, and you can check out some of the great menus that we have, Peter, because, boy, I really love the new look down there, and we enjoy the new menu.
Well, you know what, Lee? On Friday there, I had the hot hamburger. It's back on the menu, so
Yeah.
I'm very happy about that.
I know. Everybody's happy with that, and the change that's happening with some of the menu and the selections down there. Garnet Barnsdale, the horse is getting ready to come out of the paddock here very shortly. Garnet Barnsdale and Robert Reed Jr. joining us today on those selections, and they're leaning out to Mark Campbell here with Much Too Young for You. Talked to Earl Watts last night. He's the trainer. He's got two in here, and he did a good job with the interview last night.
Did great.
Set him up.
You did great, Earl, and you had the one-on-one interview there as part of the banquet, and he's had some real nice horses. We showed Windermere Frank at the banquet, and a shout-out to Jamie Whalen as well, who had an interview with Vance. He did very well last night, so thanks to the guys for doing the interviews during the banquet.
And speaking of Mark Campbell, we want to send a birthday wish out to Nate Campbell, who celebrates his 10th birthday today, from Nan and Elaine, and from all of us here at Red Shores. So McRae's Backhoe and Trucking Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final for 2-year-old fillies for a purse of $30,000 coming up next.
Fourth race, the McRae's Backrow and Trucking Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final for the 2-year-old filly pacers. On parade, Tobin's Dream 1, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean. Joe Barrio drives. 2 is Japatika, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. up. 3, Red Dirt Rocket, owned by Josh McDonald of Little Pond and Glenn Dunn of Somerville. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. Ruthless Diva wears number 4, owned by James Perot of Stratford, trained by Jared Perot, Corey McPherson. 5, Woodmere Flojo, owned by Go With The Flow Racing of Charlottetown, trained by Jamie Smith, Adam Murner. Salzbrook Inferno 6, owned by Windermere Farms, Hollis Newson, Sterling Buchanan, and Jack Quinn, trained by Earl Watts, David Dowling. Much Too Young for You 7, owned by Windermere Farms, River Valley Management, and Matt Burke. Earl Watts does the conditioning, driven by Mark Campbell. 8 is Lorne Valley Live, owned by Barry McLeod of Cardigan, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. For Rady Sweet Wildcats Drive, there's 4 minutes wagering time on the 4th race. A special thank you going out to Donald McCrae and McCrae's Backhoe and Trucking, title sponsor of the 2024 Atlantic Sire Stakes.
Well, there we have it, and back for this is year 2 of McCrae's Backhoe and Trucking, title sponsor of the 2024 Atlantic Sire Stakes. Hard to believe it's coming to a close.
It's wrapping up, yeah. And again, thank you to Donnie. Yeah, he came on board last year as the title sponsor. Again this year, nice award last night at the banquet as well, and well deserved. Again, thank you to McCrae's.
All right, so we're going to make our way out to the track. Featuring Exacta 20-cent Superfecta tractor wagering. Tag your ticket on track with the Wild Horses. Much Too Young for You. Mark Campbell and Earl Watts teaming up here today for Windermere Farms, River Valley Management, and Matt Burke. And we talked to the trainer last night, and actually he was joking with him. You know, you get 2 in the final here going for 30,000. Are you going to sleep much tonight? Probably not, but you know what? He has 2 in here. That race in Lady Slipper is very good, but a big difference, Peter, from the 2-hole to the 7-hole.
Yeah, for sure, Lee, and I think that's the key here today. I think the horse can win, but again, it's going to take a trip from Mark to work it out here from post 7. 9 starts this year, 3 wins, 3 seconds, and a third. Over 44,000 in the bank. Excellent year, 56-4 the record here in Charlottetown. We'll take you down the lines. The 14th, the Pete Colt Stakes, and the Gold off the rail, a winner, 2 minutes 4/5. Came back in Summerside in the A's, left 4, sat mid-pack most of the way. 3rd to Bad Girl Bridget, who's been rolling of late. 3rd for Much Too Young for You in 57-4, and then last time out in the Gold, again tracking all the way for the win in 56-4. She's been sharp of late, has to do the hard work today though from post 7. Much Too Young for You, 2-1.
All right, well, no changes in this field here as we're getting ready to go for the 2-year-old fillies and their final here today for the Atlantic Breeders' Crown. And there's a look at Woodmere Flojo. Adam Murner doing the driving today for trainer Jamie Smith. And Go With The Flow Racing out of Charlottetown here. Qualifier looked good back in 2-1-2 on that qualifier on the 9th of October as they get into it, but been off for a little bit. Looking for the 4th win in the Breeders' Crown.
Yeah, 8 for 9 this year. Good year. Again, up over 38,000 in the bank. 57-4 is the record. And when you look at the lines, this horse does like to leave. You go down to the bottom there in Summerside. The Lady Slipper Gold, left 5. Little tussle early, got front, wanted to cut it. A good second to Salzbrook Inferno, 59-4. And then if you go to the start in Charlottetown on the 14th, in the Gold, left 4, again pointed early. Sat up on the front for most of it, was 3rd, 2-1, 30-4, and then came back in the qualifier, 2-1-2. I think they're going to try to leave her today. We'll see what Adam does off the wings, but she usually likes to race handy to front.
Well, just getting a note from the 50-50 team here, and that's Tracy, Betty, or Heather, and they sitting now over $700 to the winner. So you can get your 50-50 for the PEI Standard Horse Owners Association at the main lobby when you come in, or from any one of those representatives here for today. Let's land on the 3. This is Red Dirt Rocket right now. Mike McGuigan trains and drives here for Josh McDonald of Little Pond, Glenn Dunn of Summerside, and nice to see them in here last night for the banquet. And I know Josh also investing at the sale on the weekend, which we certainly appreciate that. So same post to work with, and finish strong in the Lady Slipper here for Red Dirt Rocket.
Yeah, again, second there, 57, 28 and 2. Nice tracking trip there to get the deuce. And then prior to that, had some braking issues. You can see in the PEI Gold Stakes there, left 7 made a break early, recovered to finish 4th, 2-1 and 1. Came back in the A's and Summerside, and again left 6, made a break middle part of the race, recovered again to finish 2nd, 59 and 2. So the question is, can the filly stay flat today? Because I think she has a big chance to win from an inside post. Looks like Mike got that worked out last time out. We're hoping again today for a nice smooth trip for Red Dirt Rocket. If she stays pacing, look out, 9-5.
Rocky had a great memory there. He sent us a note.
Rocky did?
Yeah, it
Okay.
was back on the David Corrigan, the Flying Realtor, with Carrera Angel. Remember that horse?
I remember Carrera's Angel. Rocky got along great with that horse.
Yeah, 2013 Breeders' Crown. Mark Campbell was driving for Rocky that day. But
Okay.
yeah, those races always. Well, when you've been a sponsor for 25 years, you're going to have some great memories.
And Rocky does have a great memory for previous races. So, Rock, congrats to you on that win.
Metro Home Building Center starting gate is rolling. Countdown clock's in. Race number 4, Championship Sunday. Back upstairs for the race call with Vance Cameron.
Tobin's Dream, Japatika, Red Dirt Rocket, Ruthless Diva, Woodmere Flojo, Salzbrook Inferno, Much Too Young for You, and Lorne Valley Live on the outside. Top of the stretch. Approaching the start. Crown Final, 2-year-old filly Pacers. Post time. Up and pacing Japatika, the first one out on the rail. Tobin's Dream, the third one as they make the turn to Red Dirt Rocket. He's on the run. She went off stride. Red Dirt Rocket coming from the outside is Much Too Young for You as they swing by the opening 8. Japatika, the leader. Much Too Young for You up and at her on the outside. Third up the rail. Tobin's Dream, a little brouhaha in the early going here, and that is Much Too Young to clear the lead. She was parked over to the quarter by Japatika. Racing from third, Tobin's Dream, 28 seconds full. That was the quarter. Woodmere Flojo fourth, then in fifth, Salzbrook Inferno. Sixth along the inside of Ruthless Diva. To the outside, seventh, Lorne Valley Live. Trailing the field, a Red Dirt Rocket. Down the stretch they come, approaching the opening half mile. Much Too Young for You will get them halfway home with Mark Campbell. Japatika is second, Tobin's Dream third. There goes Woodmere Flojo. To the outside, fourth, 57 and 4 was the half mile as they round the paddock turn, arriving at the 5/8. Much Too Young for You, the leader. Japatika second from the outside. Woodmere Flojo third. On the cones fourth. That is Tobin's Dream racing fifth. That's Salzbrook Inferno, and she went to the outside. Lorne Valley Live between horses. At the rail, Rootless Diva. 3 high, a Red Dirt Rocket trails. 3/4 up in 1. 28 and 2 as they round that upper turn for the second and final time. Down to an 1/8 of a mile to go. Much Too Young for You. Homeward bound. Japatika, Woodmere Flojo. Salzbrook Inferno way wide. On the wire next in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship Final. 2-year-old filly Pacers, Much Too Young for You and Mark Campbell. Second is Salzbrook Inferno. Woodmere Flojo third in 1:58.2. There goes the inquiry sign down the fourth race. Retain your tickets. Fourth race under a judge's inquiry. The judge's inquiry involves the conduct of race number 4 during the stretch drive.
Okay, they'll have a look at it here and the conduct during the stretch drive here. And here's a slow-mo for you from Universal Media. And we talked about the 7 here, Peter. Much too young for you and Campbell to work out the trip. Yeah, well, it was right to the front here. They put up a big mile. Earl was saying that he was very pleased with both his horses in here. And look at this, a 1-2 punch.
Yeah, great result for Earl, like you said. And the 7 won at the front. Boy, Mark did not want to give it up. After the 3 makes the break, a little bit of confusion. Mark gets around it. 28 to cut it here today. 57 and 4. Jafetica at that point was second. 128 and 2. Still much too young for you on the front and looking great. Down the stretch here now, you can see the 6 is going to come late. Flojo had to come first up today. That was a hard trip. She ends up third. But the 7 really right from the jump today wanted it all and goes right down the highway. 158 and 2. Look good here today. Much too young for you. Earl Watts, Mark Campbell, they team up to win the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final. 2-year-old fillies at Red Shores.
Much Too Young for You into the 4th race winner's circle. Big facing filly 2, the daughter of Flameproof Hanover. Off the Badlands Hanover Dam, Troxel Hanover. Owned by Windermere Farms, River Valley Management, and Matt Burke. Bred by River Valley Management and Windermere Farms. Conditioned by Earl Watts. Mark Campbell, second winner on the day. He doubles up the mile 158 and 2. Much Too Young for You. Down in the winner's circle, the McRae's Backhoe and Trucking Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship Final. Cooler presentation.
So there's the judges taking a look at the inquiry here in race number 4, and they'll have their ruling in just a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, the judges now have a second inquiry underway in the fourth race. It involves the break on 3, Red Dirt Rocket, in the first turn.
And there's a shot of the second inquiry. It was leaving off the gate here today. The judges are taking a look at race number 4 into the first turn.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the results of the judges' inquiries in the fourth race. First inquiry involving the first turn on number 3, Red Dirt Rocket. This filly finished 7th, will be placed 8th for interference on a break. She interfered with numbers 5, 6, and 8. The second inquiry involved the stretch drive. Racing official deemed that number 2, Jaffatika, interfered with number 1, Tobin's Dream during that stretch drive. Jaffatika finished 4th, will be placed 5th. Tobin's Dream finished 5th and will be placed 4th. Here's the official results now from race 4. Tobin's Dream finished 5th, was placed 4th. Jaffatika finished 4th, was placed 5th for interference on 1 during the stretch drive. Red Dirt Rocket finished 7th, was placed 8th for interference on a break. Ruthless Diva 6th. Woodmere Flojo finished 3rd. Salzbrook Inferno was 2nd. Much Too Young for You was the race winner. Lorne Valley Live finished 8th, was placed 7th. Fractions 28, 57 and 4. 128 and 2, and the mile in 158 and 2. From the top after the placings, your program reads 4, 5, 8, 6, 3, 2, 417. Much Too Young for You paid $430. The Exactor $44.20. The Triactor $121.30. And the Superfecta was $129.92. Race 5's on the track for the post parade featuring the Super High Five. It's the Premier Mortgage Center pace, Mike May. Cheeky Play 1, owned by Aubrey Cameron of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, and Corey McPherson of Cornwall. Corey is the trainer-driver. 2, Keeper Floored, owned by Wendy and Chris McRae of Belfast, trained by Roger McRae, Mark Campbell up. 3, Moonrider, Keith Ford, training and driving for owner Debbie Element of Quebec. St. Charles Fireball 4 is owned by Darla J. of Charlottetown, trained by Vaughn Doyle, David Dowling. 5, Gentry Sealster, owned by Bernard Joseph and Robert McNeil, trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee drives. 6 is Spac Gero, owned by Mike Slana from Belfast, trained by Raymond White, Damian McClellan's aboard. 7, Phil Orleans, owned by Kent and Andrew Williams, and Lyndon Hardy, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Ashes to Ashes wears number 8 on Belinda Summers, Tracy Conway, and Lynn Livingstone, trained by Ron Matheson, Jules Barrio drives. There's 5 minutes wagering time on race number 5, and gentlemen, we're coming up with our selections in the first Super High Five on this Super Championship Final Sunday. We thank our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. And in the 5th, I'm going to look at the 7 Phil Orleans and the Blue Knight used to have back-to-back victories all the way from post number 7 today, guys. I like the 2 Keeper Floored with the inside post position for Campbell on the rail. Cheeky Play raced very well in his first start back, pacing in 56 and 3. Nice way to tighten him up and got him off of the rail tonight, and the public's on him right now at 2-1. I'll use the 5 Gentry Sealster for 4th and close it out with the veteran pacer Moonrider. I'm going 7-2-1-5-3. Gentlemen, your choices.
Well, there are a lot of great choices in here. I'm leaning on the 2 to get things rolling as we make our way out to the track here and Keeper Floored. 7-2 in the morning line. Good post and Campbell here, and I think they got a chance to go back-to-back as well. I'm going with the 5 Gentry Sealster, several trips in 56 and change. That could put you right in the mix here. The 7 Phil Orleans jumps up a bit in here, but has been putting up some big miles, so I like him for 3rd. Go right next door to Ashes, the 8-horse. Hate the 8-hole, but I think he'll be swinging late here. And Cheeky Play, playing him off the rail. So those are my selections here. 2, 5, 7, 8, and 1, Pete.
Yeah, I'm taking a bit of a swing here. I do like 2 to win it, but I'm going to put some long shots in after that. I'm going to put the 5 in, then the 6, 7, and 8. I'm going outside there. So, yeah, I'm taking a bit of a swing in the Super High Five at Redshores.
Look at Keeper Floored there and Mark Campbell at 2-1. Good betting board here today. Full fields. Race Office did a great job of doing the weekend edition, Saturday and Sunday here for sure. With Gerard and Kathy and Tara working hard. We had several great moments over our signature events. If you look back to the Governor's Plate, if you look back to Gold Cup and Saucer, of course we're here now with coming into Atlantic Breeders' Crown. And one photo that we had that I really quite enjoyed to get and had a chance to meet was Gordy McNeil, Inverness, the track announcer there. And
wow.
Nice to see him over for Gold Cup.
Okay, that was during Gold Cup this year?
Yeah, and
Okay.
got a chance to sit down and have a chance for them to drop by. I know Gordy and his wife celebrating an anniversary there. Michelle, so nice to have you folks here for Gold Cup. And great picture there I wanted to show for you as well. I think the card was canceled today, but maybe they're tuned in. And it's great to see you here for the week and back then on Gold Cup weekend.
Yeah, nice photos. And we know People are tuning in from Inverness and Northside. They love their horse racing. I know they'll be watching today.
Tuned in to the race day broadcast, and let's go back out on the track as we cycle through the horses here and the super high five for race number 5. Well, we mentioned signature events is we're getting ready to go for race number 5 here for 2025. So we did send in the calendar and everything that you need to know for planning for 2025. Governor's Plate scheduled to go from July 13th to 19th, and Gold Cup from August 7th to the 16th, 2025. When everything is official and in place, we will be releasing those dates, but some of them have them circled right now. We're not anticipating any change, but we're going to wait. Countdown clock is in for race number 5. The Metro Home Building Center starting gate has the field. We will back upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
And Lee, Bob Pierce has some health issues to deal with, but that's not stopping him from turning into Redshores Charlottetown and Championship Sunday. Bob's in the hospital, and we hope that you recover very quickly, Mr. Pierce, and thank you for watching us here at Redshores Charlottetown. Cheeky Play, Keeper Floored, Moonrider, St. Charles Fireball, Gentry Seals to Spacjero, Phil Darlene's Ashes to Ashes, Super High Five, post time. They're off and facing. Cheeky Play will lead them out. Second, that is Keeper Floored. Third one to the turn, Moonrider. To get away fourth is St. Charles Fireball. Gentry Seals to fifth. Then Spacjero sixth with Phil Darlene's and Ashes to Ashes. Full field of 8, and they got away in programmed order here. Up the backstretch they go, led by Cheeky Play. In line to Corey McPherson. 2-hole ride belongs to Keeper Floored. Then in third is Moonrider, racing from fourth. St. Charles Fireball. Gentry Seals to his fifth. Spacjero sixth. With Phil Darlene's and the trailer, Ashes to Ashes 29 and a 1 opened it up. They're in straight alignment at the 3/8 pole. Cheeky Play controlling. Racing from second is Keeper Floored. Moonrider comes out of the turn third. First movement comes from St. Charles Fireball from fourth. Following him out fifth is Gentry Sealster. On the outside, sixth. That is Spacjero. Then in seventh, Phil Darlene's. Ashes to Ashes, 8:59 seconds flat for an opening half mile. Cheeky Play, the leader around the turn. They're at the 5/8 ball. Second is Keeper Floored on the outside. St. Charles Fireball now a stall. Third. Fourth at the rail. That's Moonrider. Racing fifth on the outside. Gentry Sealster up the inside. went Phil Darlene. Then it's back Jarrow on the outside. 7th, Ashes to Ashes. 8th, 3/4 completed. Cheeky Play still there in the late going. 3/4 in 1. 2:28 and 3. They're on the turn for the final time. Down to an 1/8 of a mile to go. Cheeky Play the leader. Off a textbook 2-hole ride. Keeper floored to the outside. Moon Rider is in the passing lane. They're in deep. Stretch now to the wire they come. Game effort by Cheeky Play. Phil Darlene from out of the cloud closed in. Tight for third in 1:57.3.
Well, it's going to be another exciting stretch drive here on the Premier Mortgage Center. Mike May and the trackside presentation coming up, and here was going to get it through the stretch, Pete, was the big question here. Keeper Floor come out at it, but Cheeky Play put in a great trip here, sent off at 9-2 and delivers.
Yeah, tip your hat to him, and Corey rated this mile very well. 29 and 1 for Cheeky Play, who got on the inside here today. 59 sitting 2-hole was Keeper Floored. They went to the backside first over St. Charles Fireball. Everybody else followed through 1:28 and 3. Mark angles out, and you think maybe he's going to go by Cheeky Play, but no way. Cheeky Play digs in late. He's going to fend off Keeper Floored. You're going to see the 7. Here's Phil Darlene's Vance's top pick. He is absolutely storming out of the clouds late here, but not quite, as Cheeky Play was put on the point by Corey and turns them all the way to win the 5th at Red Shores.
Oh, they're over from Cape Breton Island today, and they were cheering, and I mean cheering mighty loud here on the tarmac for Cheeky Play, and he's got them to the winner's circle in the 5th. Bay Pacing Gelding 5. By Shadow Play from the Sports Rider Dam, Twin Bee Cheeks, owned by Aubrey Cameron from Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, and Corey McPherson of Cornwall, bred by Windback Farm of Chesapeake City, Maryland. Corey McPherson training and driving, mile in 1:57.3. Cheeky Play in the 5th at trackside. The Premier Mortgage Center, Mike May, cooler presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now the official results in race 5. Cheeky Play, the winner. Keeper Floored, 3rd. Moonrider, 4th. St. Charles Fireball, 7th. Gentry Sealster was 8th. Spack Jarrow finished 6th. Phil Darlene's was 2nd. Ashes to Ashes finished 5th. Fractions went 29 and 1. 59. 128 and 3. And the mile 157 and 3. In review, 134. 78625. Cheeky Play 1150 to win. Exactor 6250. The Triactor 153.30. Super High 5 carryover.
So welcome back to Race Day Live here in this Sunday afternoon. The Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final for 3-year-old trotters on the way next on the program. 17,500. We get through this signature event, Peter. We're on making our way to the next big signature event. The Home Hardware Maritime Breeders' Stake takes place Red Shores, Charlottetown. 2- and 3-year-old trotters will compete on Thursday, October 24th. Followed by the doubleheader on Saturday, 26th, for 2- and 3-year-old racing colts and fillies. So thanks to those sponsors, Metro Home Building Center, High Tide Home Hardware Building Centers, and the Maritime Breeders Association.
Yeah, I was talking to Arnold Hagan and Peter Smith today. Actually, was sitting with them during the breakfast, Lee, and they're very excited about the weekend, talking about the Thursday and the Saturday, and looking forward at the end of the month.
So we are looking forward because it's brand new, something new in that doubleheader. Garnet Barnsdale, Robert Reed Jr., Peter, they're in the mix here with their selections.
Yeah, Garnet going towards the 3 here, Rocket Blast. Robert Lakes the 5, getting tipsy and a nice value play here at 9-1. Kurt and myself going to the 3 as well. Horses on the way for race number 6 next.
The Atlantic Sire Stakes, PEI Harness Racing Industry Association, Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final for 3-year-old trotters. They're on the 6th race parade. Dusty Lane Wee, number 1, owned by Gary McDonald of Dundas, Ontario, and Ronnie Gass of Cornwall. Trained by Lenny Myers, Mark Campbell drives. 2 is Ocean View Daisy, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville and Barry McLeod of Cardigan, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. and driven by Miles Sr. Rocket Blast is 3, owned and trained by Carl Bagnall of Stratford. Corey McPherson drives. 4, Dusty Lane Mabel, owned by Renison Racing, Nicholas Fleming and David O'Neill of Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison. David Dowling Ketz drives. 5 is Getting Tipsy, owned by Jamie Whelan of Vernon Bridge, trained by Mike McGuigan, driven by Gilles Barrio. Camco Laredo 6, owned by Leanne Moyer of Summerside, trained by Carl DeRoche and driven by Kenny Murphy. Getting Lit wears number 7, owned by Jamie Whelan of Vernon Bridge for trainer-driver Mike McGuigan. Number 8, Dusty Lane Derby, is owned by Herman McQuaid of Charlottetown and Jared Perot of Stratford. Adam Murner trains and drives. 3 minutes wagering time on race number 6. This is Race Day Live on Championship Sunday. Lee Drake and Peter McPhee pick up the action next.
So just before we make our way out to the track, this was a special photo that was taken this morning at the Breeders' Crown Breakfast, and the Premier presented the Joe Smallwood Memorial, and it went to our longtime friend and colleague, Kent Oakes.
Yeah, and some really nice words from Premier King there, remembering all the great things that Kent had done in his life in the harness racing side of things, but his family was put first, and it was fitting today that they were there to accept the Joe Smallwood Memorial Award for Kent here today. And we can identify the people. That's Nick, his son, on the left with Nick's son, and that's Noah as well, of course, Premier King. And then on the far right, that's Jeremy with his 2 kids, and that's Charlie, his daughter, and that's Leo as well. So just a very fitting tribute to Kent this morning here at Red Shores.
Yeah, it really was. And last night, of course, with the Lifetime Achievement Award and the new bursary that's going to be announced in honor of Kent Oakes for $15,000 from Red Shores and the PEI Standard Horse Owners Association. So this morning, it just really capped it off with those just unbelievable words from the Premier, really.
Yeah.
Summed it up, and yeah, everybody's proud. Sad, but proud.
Ladies and gentlemen, the racing officials will remove the wind variant here in the 6th race, removing the wind variant from race 6 on.
So there you have it. The wind variant has been removed. That's a good sign that the wind is starting to die down here for you on this Sunday afternoon. Still a bit cool, though. We're in around 12 degrees here today. As we pick up the action here in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final for 3-year-old trotters, 17,500. Atlantic Sire Stakes PEI Harness Racing Industry Association. So Rocket Blast going into your screen right now. Scoring down here, Carl Bagnall is the owner and the trainer. He was at the breakfast this morning. Wished him best of luck today. Corey McPherson in the bike here. So many options in here, but you were giving the edge to the one with the most money made and running a 3-race winning streak into the final, Pete.
Yeah, what a career this guy has had. We were doing the videos for the leaders in their respective divisions, and Rocket Blast is on top heading into this race. And I was looking at his career numbers. They're incredible when you go down the lines. He's 21 for 22 lifetime. That includes 11 wins, 8 seconds, 2/3. He's over 87,000 in the bank lifetime. He's just been a terrific 2- and 3-year-old trotter here for Carl Bagnall and Corey McPherson. You can see the last couple there, Atlantic Sire Stakes in Summerside, tracked all the way for the win, 2-1 and 2, and then the Lady Slipper again at Red Shore Summerside, left hard and scored by 2 and change, 2-1 and 1, 29 in the end. A beautiful animal on the track. I think Corey will be up hand to the action here today. The horse is in good form. Rocket Blast 3-4.
Well, owners Gary McDonald and Ronnie Gass. Boy,
Two veterans.
They've had a lot of great horses, haven't they?
They really
You
have.
had to stop and pause there for a minute. It's like, wow, those are two great legendary names in harness racing.
Yeah.
Along with trainer Lenny Myers, they send out Dusty Lane Wee here. Mark Campbell gets called to do the driving here. There's a field deep of talent, but couldn't ask for a better post in the final. And if the 3 isn't in the top of his game today, I think this filly could get it all coming into this here. Only a few $1,000s separate her and Rocket Blast between their careers. And Gary celebrated his 75th birthday last week. What a great way to celebrate with a crown today.
Happy birthday to Gary. He's had a lot of good ones through the years. And this Dusty Lane filly, this 3-year-old filly, she's been terrific in her 2- and 3-year-old campaigns as well. You look down the lines there. She has 11 wins from 22 starts, 4 second-place finishes, 3/3, a record of 2 minutes. She's there week in and week out. Doesn't matter where she leaves from. She's got the rail here today, up over 83,000 in earnings. And yeah, like you said, we think Rocket Blast maybe near the front. This horse is going to get a sweet trip today. Dusty Lane Wee, yes. We're going to call for first or second here. She's got the rail at 6-5.
Yeah, before we go there, we got the 5 there, also in action here, Getting Tipsy and Getting Lit from the Wiggins stable. They've got a big day on the track here today. Jamie Whalen was guest speaker last night at the awards banquet. I thought he did a great job. 2 finalists in there. He looks solid in the Lady Slipper at Summerside, too.
Yeah, tracking all the way for the Deuce, 2-1 and 1, 30 and 3. And again, it's Barrio today, which is interesting because Robert Reed Jr., if you looked at the picks, Robert put this horse on top as his value play here today. So take that into account as we get set to go.
It was funny. Jamie said last night he got his first win when they sent out the horse the first time there. That was basically
he was
it.
hooked.
Yeah. Well, all the best here today. They line up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Countdown clocks in. Back upstairs with a call with Vance Cameron.
Dusty Lane Wee, Ocean View, Daisy, Rocket Blast. Dusty Lane Mabel, Getting Tipsy, Camco Laredo. Getting Lit in Dusty Lane Derby, 3-year-old trotters. Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final. Post time. Up and trotting, Ocean View Daisy, the first one out. At the rail, that's Dusty Lane Wee, and they're outside. Rocket Blast, third around the turn. Off stride in fourth goes Getting Tipsy. Dusty Lane and Mabel moving into fourth. Now fifth, Camco Laredo. 6 is Getting Lit. Then 7th is Dusty Lane Derby, and now the trailer in the early going, Getting Tipsy. So the trotters are strung out. Dusty Lane Mabel made a break in the early going. And back to the leaders we go. Dusty Lane Wee and Mark Campbell out in front by almost 2. 28 and 2. Big time opener in here. Second is Ocean View Daisy. Rocket Blast around the turn third. Racing fourth from the outside. Getting Lit. Camco Laredo fifth. Dusty Lane Derby is 6th. Then 7th, Getting Tipsy. And the trailer, that is Dusty Lane Mabel. At the midway point, Dusty Lane, we gets him halfway home. Racing second, Ocean View Daisy. Third up the rail, that is Rocket Blast. 58-4 was the half mile as they tour the paddock turn for time two. They're arriving at the 5/8 pole. Dusty Lane away, continuing to lead. Here comes Rocket Blast now up and at the leader and quickly takes over. They're going to 3/4 and now the leader, Rocket Blast and McPherson. Dusty Lane away second. Ocean View Daisy on the outside third. At the rail getting lit fourth. 1:30 flat down at 3/4. This one's all over now. 1/8 of a mile left to trot. Rocket Blast by double digits turning home into second. That is Dusty Lane Darby to pick up third from the outside. Getting lit. The Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final 3-year-old trotters, Rocket Blast and Corey McPherson all alone. Second is Dusty Lane Darby. Getting lit is third in 2 minutes, 1/5.
Well, the Universal Media Slow-Mo comes up here for you on race number 6 on Championship Sunday, and it was Rocket Blast and McPherson. They were sitting 3 all the way down the backstretch to the 3/4. We're en route to that, and boy, did he ever blast out of that hole, Peter, at 1-4 odds and opened up at double digits.
We talked about it, Lee. His form coming into this race was fantastic. We said he was 21 for 22 lifetime, and Corey didn't panic through 28-2, 58-4, Dusty Lane Wee, Ocean View Daisy. But like you said, when they swung to the backside, out of the 3-hole, he came and boom, did he ever fly past him through 130, and he was gone. It was total separation down the lane. Here now is Rocket Blast, says goodnight to them all here, and he's going to score 2 minutes and a 5th. Tip your hat to him. He was awesome today. Rocket Blast, Corey McPherson, Carl Bagnall in the winner's circle. Next.
Rocket Blast moving into the 6th race winner's circle. Trotting Bay Gelding, he's 3 by E.L. Rocket from the Dream Vacation Dam, Rich Dreams. Owned and trained by Carl Bagnall from Stratford. Bred by Wade Piccone of Stancho. Corey McPherson has back-to-back winners today for the double. And the time of the mile was 2 minutes and 1/5. Rocket Blast in the Atlantic Sire Stakes. PEI Harness Racing Industry Association Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final for 3-year-old trotters with the winner's circle presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now, the official results in race 6, Dusty Lane Wee finished 5th. Ocean View Daisy 7th. Rocket Blast was the race winner. Dusty Lane Mabel was 8th. Getting Tipsy finished 4th. Kemco Laredo was 6th. Getting Lit 3rd. Dusty Lane Darby finished 2nd. Fractions went 28 and 2. 58 and 4. 130. And the mile was 2 minutes. 1/5. In review, it's 5-7-1. 8-4-6. 3-2. Rocket Blast 270 to win. Exactor 40-70. Triactor 290-80. And the Superfactor was 138-30.
So Atlantic Breeders' Crown weekend continues, and so many special moments. It started with the sale, Peter, on Friday, and then moved, of course, the consolation and the banquet last night in Memory Lane display. Yep. The McLean family, Scott McLean with Universal Media, he was in the control room here today with his team. It's his family, his dad, Gordon, and his mom, Ina, and there's a really great picture of the display last night.
What a good-looking group that is.
And the group in the top of the park. So it looks really sharp here. And they have a lot of history. Over 50 years even to get on the wall.
Yeah, I was talking to Scott today before the races, and I said it's so well-deserved. And just going through the list of horses, of course, last night they listed them as well during the video. But, yeah, what a great turnout for the McLean family, and so well-deserved. Scott's brothers there, his mom and his dad. And you can see Scott there. He's in the red shirt on the left. He's usually not in front of the camera.
He's working out again.
But, yeah, he looks good there, doesn't he? Yeah, he does.
So, anyway, no, they have a lot of history, not only on the track, but off the track as well. So well-deserved, and we want to do that
for sure
to Scott and his family there for being honored last night. The McCollum family from Nova Scotia and the Ryan family from New Brunswick.
Yeah, so congratulations to everybody. It was a great night.
Seventh race sponsored by the PEI Horse Owners Association, Dressel Hanover 1, owned by Greg White of North Sydney, Nova Scotia. Damien McClellan trains and drives. 3-Trick Gainer number 2 is owned by Saul Lanigan of Cambridge. Saul does the training, driven by Jason Hughes. Well Did number 3, owned by the Well Did Horse Owners Club of Lower Onslow, trained and driven by Paul Angel. For Emperor is owned, trained, and driven by Jeff Lewis of Moncton, New Brunswick. 5 is Evil Vintage, owned by Sandra Stead of Montague, trained and driven by Corey McPherson. Shadow's Terror 6, owned by Tommy Collins of Mount Stewart, trained by Jeff Holmes, Jill Burial. Nolan's Magic Sway, number 7, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated, and Melissa Rennie, trained and driven by Adam Murner. 8 is Bankroll. Bankroll, owned by Cole McLaren from Morel. Brendan Mullen is the trainer and will do the post parade. Mark Campbell will drive. 3 minutes wagering time on race number 7. Back to the HBI broadcast desk with Lee Drake and Peter McPhee in the race day recap, presented by Metro Home Building Center.
Yeah, here we go with the recap. In case you missed any of the action on the first part of the program here today, we opened it up on race number 1, and we had 12 degrees and a 1 second for wind variant. But boy, they were ever going and setting up the camera here. It's going to be the inside horse, the 2. George's Credit gets it done here for Dowling today, and Philip Kelly, as they open it up here today with a big win. The 650 to win, 2.5 exactor, 39.10. The triactor 251 with $151 to lead it off. Pete.
Yeah, race number 2 today, the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final. 2-year-old trotters. They went for 17,500. West River Jet put on the point by Kenny McDonald, and they led all the way through 29-2, 59-4, 129-4. Supreme Rocket trying to make a challenge late, but no. The 3, West River Jet, right down the highway, 159 in race number 2. 260 on the nose. The 352 was $27.
All right, so we go over to race number 3 here this afternoon. We talked about Dowling yesterday. He had a grand slam. He came into it today. This is another win here for 2 points. As they get it done, the All-Star Cresting team, I was saying we're going to be cheering them on here today, set off at 3-1, gets the 7th win of the campaign in 2024. $8 to win. 2-4 exactor paid $21.7, and now with the triactor at $67 on a 2-4-1 combination.
Race number 4 today, McRae's Backhoe and Trucking Atlantic Sire Stakes, Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final. 2-year-old fillies. They went for $30,000 in the 7. Much Too Young for You goes front right off the wings through 28, 57-4, 128-2, and Yaskors 158-2. Real nice effort from Much Too Young for You and Campbell. 6 was second, Salzburg Inferno. 5 was third, Woodmere Flojo, 765, 121.30.
Well, the 5 was the race number 5 Premier Mortgage Center Mike May presentation. Cheeky Play. We thought he would be good today off the rail here today. Certainly was, as Corey McPherson gets up here to get it done and keep them fending off all of the challengers here. 11.50 on the nose to win. 1-7 exactor 62.70, the 172 triactor 153.30 for 1 Cheeky Play.
Yeah, race number 6, Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final. 3-year-old trotters. What a performance by Rocket Blast today. As Dusty Lane, we wanted to cut it through 28-2, 58-4. Corey sat 3, made the move, and he was gone through 130. You can see here now total separation in the lane. 2 minutes and a fifth for Rocket Blast, who was awesome today for Corey McPherson. Dusty Lane, Derby rallies up second, getting lit third. 387. Nice try. 290.80. And that was the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
Well, we have the replay for you, and the Metro Home Building Center starting gate is going to pick up the field here as we go through the field here for you right now. The one coming in at 9-1 odds here. Good betting board throughout the day here. Dressel Hanover. 3-Trick Gainer is coming in from post 2 there at 7-2 odds, and so is the 3 Well Did. Emperor comes in at 25-1. 8-1 service right now on the 5. That's Evil Vintage. 4-5 is your Shadow's Terror for Barrio. The 7 Nolan's Magic Sway at 9-1, and the 8 21-1 on Bankroll. Countdown clock is in for race number 7. Live from Charlottetown, the Metro Home Building Center starting gate has the field. And Vance Cameron has the call.
And Vance Cameron has some guests up here, Mr. Drake, as you know. David Corrigan, the flying realtor who's been a sponsor on Championship Weekend for 25 years. And, of course, you know historian Jerry McCabe. Well, he's been here, since 1888. He knows it all about the Charlottetown Driving Park. Here's the 7, Dressel Hanover, 3-Trick Gainer, Well Did, Emperor, Evil Vintage, Shadow's Terror, Nolan's Magic Sway, Bankroll, Post Time. The rough and pacing 3-Trick Gainer, the first call. Dressel Hanover on the rail. Third one to the turn. That is Well Did. Emperor's away 4th. Coming up 5th from the outside is Shadow's Terror. Then away in 6th is Evil Vintage. 7th is Nolan's Magic Sway. And Bankroll will trail early. Up the backstretch they go. 3-Trick Gainer made the lead for the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes. Second is Dressel Hanover, racing from 3rd. That's Well Did. 4th on the cones is Emperor, racing 5th and going to the outside in the early going. Shadow's Terror is underway. Wow! 27-4. Boom! Just like that, the fired-up leader, 3-Trick Gainer. Dressel Hanover is second. The backfield, they're well in motion now. Coming up 3rd on the outside is Shadow's Terror. Following the cover on the outside, 4th is Evil Vintage. On the cones, 5th is Well Did. 3rd over 6th, Nolan's Magic Sway. Emperor is 7th. On the outside, 8th, that is Bankroll. Halfway home, 57-1 as they move round the paddock turn, arriving at 5-8. 3-Trick Gainer clear by 2. Shadow's Terror on the outside 2nd. Dressel Hanover up the rail 3rd. Coming up 4th on the outside is Evil Vintage. Hemmed in at the rail 5th is Well Did. Nolan's Magic Sway is taken over 6th. Then Emperor 7th. Bankroll is 8th. 3/4 in the books. 3-Trick Gainer was there. 1:25 and 4. 28 and 3 in the 3rd quarter. Down to an 1/8 of a mile left to go. 3-Trick Gainer trying to see it through. Grinding away on the outside, Shadow's Terror. On the far outside, Evil Vintage. Nolan's Magic Sway. Splitting horses. Set the camera up. Here they are. Nolan's Magic Sway. Evil Vintage is there. Picture time all around in the 7th. And they stop the clock in 1:55-2. There goes the inquiry sign in the 7th race. Retain your tickets. Judges' inquiry underway. Judges' inquiry involves the conduct of race number 7 during the stretch drive.
And what a stretch drive it was here, and setting up the camera here, you can figure it out here. Good luck to you, Peter. This is 3-Trick Gainer, though, did all the legwork here at 5-1 odds here, but boy, he's getting swarmed in the stretch.
Yeah, Lee, I had 3-Trick Gainer on top here today. I thought Jason was going to point him, and he raced great today, 27-4. That's snappy here for mid-October. 57-1. He says, I'm going to rock and roll him here today. 125-4. First up with Shadow's Terror. But look at the stick handling late here from Nolan's Magic Sway. This guy can really storm on the end of it. And kudos to Adam here. Look at him stick handling late here, looking over here. He knows he's got horse in the lane, and he's going to go on by high here. Corey's on the far outside with the 5, Evil Vintage, but stick handling late is the 7, Nolan's Magic Sway. He gets up to win it here. 5 is second, and 2, my pick. He raced great. He's third in the 7th.
Well, from our vantage point here, they're having a look at the stretch drive. We'll see if we can pull it up here for you. A few minutes, but they are holding those horses over on the turn. So here's the judge's inquiry for you in race number 7. To take you through the stretch.
Result of the judge's inquiry in the 7th race, no violations. Nolan's Magic Sway arrives at the 7th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding 5, but Peng Shui from the Largo Dam Meridian Magic. Owned by Dale and Ronnie Reddy Incorporated and Melissa Rennie, bred by Barry and Reuben Martin of Nova Scotia. Trained and driven to victory by Adam Murner. And the horse has a new pacing record today, 155 and 2. Nolan's Magic Sway in the 7th. At trackside, the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association. Cooler presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by Windermere Farms. Windermere Farms is excited to announce that Carouser will join their 2025 stallion lineup in Springvale, Prince Edward Island. With world champions on both sides of his pedigree, Carazzer is a son of world champion Muscle Hill, while his dam is world champion Woodside Charm, who showed her half-mile prowess, winning in 1:53 and 4 over a half-mile track as a 2-year-old trotting filly. Carazzer will join a star-studded lineup that includes Malicious, Keystone Velocity, Muscle Through It, Somewhere Fancy, and Source of Pride. Windermere Farms is unquestionably where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Here's the official results now in the 7th race. Dressel Hanover 6th, 3-trick Gainer 3rd. Well Did finish 5th. Emperor was 8th. Evil Vintage finished 2nd. Shadow's Terror was 4th. Nolan's Magic Sway, the race winner. Bankroll finished 7th. They went 27 and 4, 57 and 1, 125 and 4, and the mile in 155 and 2. In review, 635, 824, 17. Nolan's Magic Way returning 22.70 to win. The exactor honored the ticket 7 all at $28. The triactor paid $779.30, and the superfecta was $383.37.
Okay, so working our way to race number 8 on a championship Sunday for Atlantic Breeders' Crown. Lee Drake along with Peter McPhee at the HPI broadcast desk, and Vance Cameron getting ready to call the Atlantic Breeders' Crown final for 2-year-old colts. They go for a purse of $30,000. When we're back into action on Tuesday, we're back into action at Redshores Summerside, and we're going to be into action in Redshores Summerside straight through to November 19th. And we're looking forward to that campaign, and we're just adding a $500 second chance draw for all the on-track players, Peter. Looking forward to getting that back into play.
Yeah, for sure. And again, it happens on live race nights in Summerside on Tuesday nights all the way to November the 19th. Here are the selections. Garnet Barnsdale 5-6-1. Robert Reed Jr. agreeing with him. I'm at 5-6-2. And Kurt Hughes, he's on board with Robert and Garnet. Race number 8, Post Parade, coming up next.
Eighth race, the McRae's Backhoe and Trucking Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final for 2-year-old colt pacers. Sergeant Crowley 1, owned by Barbara Crowley of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Gilles Barrio, Gilles driving. On my 11, number 2, won by Windermere Farms, Brian and Ira Wallach Racing of New Jersey, Debbie Denny and Clive Balderson, Earl Watts the trainer, David Dowling drives. Here on Earth, number 3, owned by Jennifer Rose Stratford and Corey Livingston of Village Green, Adam Murner trains and drives. 4 is Salisbrook Rock Rough, owned by Sean Murphy of Charlottetown and Darcy Murphy of Rothsay, New Brunswick, trained by Tommy Weatherby, Brody McPhee. Number 5 is Malevolent, owned by Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell. Paul Langell trains and drives. Number 6 is Rosetown Eclipse, owned by the Rosetown Stable, Jimmy Gorman and Mike Gorman. Corey McPherson training and driving. Like a King, number 7, owned by Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick, trained by Donnie Milligan. Today, Jason Hughes. 8 is Windermere Joel, owned by Windermere Farms, Hollis Newsom, Clive Balderson, and Mike Curry. Earl Watts does the conditioning. Mark Campbell in the sulky. 4 minutes wagering time in race number 8 for race program. Post time picks, backstretch beat, and race replays. Visit the Redshores Player Portal.
Well, there's how close it was. That's the win photo of race 7 from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Yeah, that's tight at the wire. Nolan's Magic's way, like we said. Did some stick handling late, got up. Corey's on the outside there with Evil Vintage. Jason cut it all with 3-trick gainer, and that's how they landed on the line. Great race.
And this is how close it was for 4th from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission in that color photo from race 7. The 6 up against the 3. There's the top of the park here for you this afternoon as we slide on through on this Thanksgiving holiday weekend. And yeah, there's a big crowd here all day actually, and moving from your tables and out. And the food has been fantastic.
Oh, my
love
land.
Love the buffet.
Yeah, for
Can't really
sure.
see all along the bottom angle because of the beam there, but yeah, it's a big crowd here today. We're stuck over on the one side. Well, we're not stuck there. That's our spot.
No, they treat us well here, too.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they do.
So, but yeah, the top of the park and food and beverage team here doing a great job. The casino, everyone working hard during this weekend. Let's go to the $30,000 final here for you, and let's pick up some of the action here. This is the 5 with Malevolent here and Paul Langell trains and owns, and Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell. Boy, they know a thing or two about champions, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Remember Malignity?
Yeah.
Crowns at 2 and 3. And boy, and this brother here, some traffic to deal with last week, but boy, did he get the job done storming home 27-4.
Yeah, again, Lee, 6 for 7 this year when it comes to starts. Those 6 are wins, and the quickest was 56-2 in Charlottetown, up over 47,000 in the bank, and his last 3 have been wins, like you said. Charlottetown, the Joe O'Brien goal, left 6 again. He doesn't leave hard off the wing, so Paul doesn't panic. But when he sets him in motion, he can absolutely fly, like he did first over last time. Won by 7, 56-2. Prior to that, Atlantic Sire Stake A. In Summerside, first up move, a winner 56-4, and then here in the Colt Stakes again. You can see outside for a long part, 3 starts back, still won by 3, 56-2, 28-4. He's got a ton of talent, and he can really storm once he sets up in motion here. And I think he's got a big shot again here today, 3-5.
Well, the 2-year-old colts in action on this Sunday afternoon as we make our way through the program. Halfway there, 16-dash program. We'll finish it up with the Premier's Cup here today for $50,000. $30,000 for this one. The Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final. As we land on the 6, and this is Rosetown Eclipse here for Corey McPherson. He's having a great day here at the office. That's Rosetown Stable and Jimmy Gorman, along with Mike Gorman, as they get ready to go here this afternoon. So 2-year-old colt by Bet the Moon of the Brody's Leona. She was a great mare, too.
Yeah.
I remember she pulled off that exciting victory in the Atlantic Age Mares Final in Summerside in 2017. So maybe Mike is tuned in from beautiful Corner Brook, Newfoundland. Love to visit Marble Mountain Ski Resort someday.
Yes, I hope you get over there. This horse has really turned it on. The last couple of starts, Summerside in the A there, you can see, tracked most of the way and then flew home in 29-2 to win by 5 and change, 57-4, and then raced here in Charlottetown. Joe Bryant Gold, he raced really well, left 4 first up. He was second at the top of the lane, and he kicks home in 28-1 to win by a length and change in 56-3. So 6 for 9 in top threes. He does have those 2 wins, up over 34,000 in the bank, and his form is excellent. If there's going to be an upset today, I think this is the guy that does it. Rosetown Eclipse, 5-1.
Yeah, good price there, right, too, on 5-1. There is one equipment change in this field here. It's a 7, Like a King. Adds a Tony Morgan inside here today. So that's the equipment change on the 8 as we're getting ready to go here very shortly. I know the 50-50 is over 1150 right now to the winner. Still got some time to get an action-packed program here for you this afternoon. You can get your 50-50 in the main lobby if you need to. All May 11, post position 2, David Dowling driving for Earl Watts, who, as I said, was the guest speaker last night, one of the guest speakers that we had along with Jamie Whalen. And Windermere Farms, along with Wallach Racing in New Jersey, Debbie Denny, Clyde Balderson, all going to be cheering on. Love the fact that this horse draws inside today. And that could be just part of the ticket right there when you're going for 30 grand.
So. Yeah, I think so, Lee. That's key for me here. Again, he usually can settle into a position uphand of the action. If you look at the lines, he left 2 last time. He was sitting 3, left 6 prior to that. He was sitting 2. So I think David will have him up close here. Maybe he sneaks onto the ticket for 3rd. And the points leader is on the rail. Coming into this race, Sergeant Crowley was the points leader for the 2-year-old colt. So watch out for him as well. Burial gets the call at 6-1.
Countdown clock is in. Metro Home Building Center starting gate has the field for race number 8. You're in Championship Sunday from Redshores, Charlottetown. Back upstairs to the race call with Vance Cameron.
Sergeant Crowley, All My Lovin', Here on Earth. Salzbrook, Rock Rough, Malevolent, Rosetown Eclipse, Like a King, Windermere Joel. Top of the stretch. Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final. These are 2-year-old Colt Pacers. Post time. The rough and pacing Sergeant Crowley fires out. Coming from the outside is Rosetown Eclipse. Then the third one as they make their way around the turn. All My Lovin', Here on Earth away 4th. Then in 5th. That is along the inside as they arrive at the 8. Salzbrook, Rock Rough. Malevolent is well off the leaders at 1-9-6. 7th, Like a King, and the trailer Windermere Joel. Are they scattered, and I mean strung out in here. On the lead at the opening quarter, Sergeant Crowley and Gilles Barrio, and they open up this one. Boom! Just like that, 27-4, arriving at the 3/8, led by the series leader, Sergeant Crowley. Second is Rosetown Eclipse, then in 3rd, All My Lovin', right with the leaders, 4th, Here on Earth. Now Malevolent has moved up into 5th, but he still has some work to do. Racing from 6, and a rough gated up the rail, Salzbrook, Rock Rough, Like a King underway, and trailing on the outside, Windermere Joel. 57-3 was the opening half mile. Around the paddock turn they go. Over to the 5/8, Sergeant Crowley on top. Second is Rosetown Eclipse. Third at the rail, All My Lovin'. Now Malevolent. He's in striking distance. 4th on the outside. Racing from 5th. That is Here on Earth. Then in 6th, Like a King. They go by the 3/4 on the front end. That is Sergeant Crowley, Rosetown Eclipse. 1:27-2 with 3/4. 1/8 of a mile out. Rosetown Eclipse now the leader. Sergeant Crowley along the rail. Malevolent has joined them late on the outside 3rd. Deep stretch now on the wire. Malevolent will get there for Paul Langell in the Breeders' Crown Final for 2-year-old Colt Pacers. Then Rosetown Eclipse and Sergeant Crowley 156-1.
Well, the Universal Media Slow-Mo here for the 2-year-old Colts for 30 grand in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final, Peter, does not tell the whole picture here with the 5. This is unbelievable trip here today with this Colt, because this guy was far back and had a ton of ground to make up and gets it done for his 7th win of the campaign and the crown.
Just shows how good he is, Lee Malevolent. He was so far back at the beginning because the one left hard, Sergeant Crowley, early on here today. Rosetown Eclipse sat in the 2-hole, 27-4. They're cutting it over there. 57-3. That's when Paul starts to make the long first over journey here with Malevolent past the half, up the backside, 127-2. It was still 1-6. He got up to the wheel, and Corey makes the move out. You think maybe Corey wins it, so Paul tips around him, and down the stretch they come. 6 in the middle, 1 cut it early for Barrio. That's Corey. 6 in the middle, and 5 still storming on the end of it. What a trip here today. Just shows his brilliance. Malevolent here today, coming from way, way back, and he storms late to get home and win here for Langell. Just an awesome performance here today from Malevolent to win it in the 8th. He's in the winner's circle next.
Malevolent going to the 8th race winner's circle. Pacing Brown Gelding 2 by Malicious from the Royal Majesty Dam Lady Kellyanne. Owned by Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell of Nova Scotia. Bred by Gary McPherson of PEI. Trained and driven to victory by Paul Langell. A winner 7 times from 8 starts and a new pacing record on him today. 156-1. Malevolent in the McRae's Backhoe and Trucking Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final for 2-year-old Colt Pacers with the winner's circle presentation. Now the official results in race 8, Sergeant Crowley 3rd, All My Lovin' 6th, Here on Earth 4th, Salzbrook Rock Rough was 8th, Malevolent was the race winner, Rosedown Eclipse finished 2nd, Like a King 5th, Windermere Joel was 7th, Fractions went 27-4, 57-3, 127-2. And the mile in 156-1. In review, 364, 812, 57. Malevolent paid 210. The exactor 440. The triactor was 880, and the superfecta 430.
So Race Day Live continues on this Sunday afternoon at Red Shores, Charlottetown. And how did Jamie Ramsey today? You know what? If he was close by, I'd get him to give me a trim here. I know
You
he's
might
pretty
need
good.
one, in the
Yeah,
back?
Yeah, I might need a little bit. Always nice to have you tuned in. I know he had a couple wins in the program there at Truro just recently, but we agree that was a big trip by Malevolent
my
there in
man.
that last race.
Yeah, great
for
effort.
sure. His big brother is impressive, and so is he. Economic impact. Well, let's talk about it. The Premier talked about it this morning. And what we've been doing is promoting this throughout the economy of Prince Edward Island and on our broadcast and there various other areas with jobs and positions that are impacted by just one racehorse. And farmers, and you have the breeders and the owners and the trainers and the drivers and the grooms. How about the staff here and all the suppliers, Peter? It's really an impactful, pardon the pun, slate.
Yeah, it is. And again, you can see these. They're posted at the racetrack as well, Lee. Again, it's just another reminder of what one racehorse can do for a lot of jobs here on the island and how important this industry is to many, many people who live here.
Especially on a weekend like this, 1.7 million in the Atlantic Classic sale, fifth highest average in Atlantic Classic sale history. So it just puts it into perspective for you a bit more. Sliding in the picks here for race number 9, going along very well here today, and there are a few themes, and normally there will be a few themes when you get into championship finals and stuff like this, but Garnet Barnsdale leading it off here, and everyone leaning towards the 4, New Legacy.
Yeah, the 4, New Legacy's been racing great. When you look down the lines, it's all 1s and 2s on New Legacy. Just had a dynamite year, so everybody heading towards the 4 in here. The 1 has been sharp of late, Irish Ray. You look down the lines, second, and first, so going to be very tough from the rail today. And we can't count out the 5, Chasing Dreams, everybody for 3rd. But this horse currently the choice as we get set for the post parade here in race number 9. It is the Berkey by the Bay Stable Island Oceans Trot Classic Final.
Ladies and gentlemen, just receiving word from the racing officials here in the 9th race. Number 2, Libero, will race today without shoes. 9th race, number 2, Libero, racing this afternoon without shoes. Afternoon's 9th race is the Island Oceans Trot Classic Final presented by Berkey by the Bay Stable. 1 is Irish Ray, owned by 3 Wiseman Stable of Kingston, trained by Landon Campbell. Today, Adam Werner. Number 2, Libero, is owned and trained by Donna Van Meer of Mount Herbert, Joe Barrio. 3, Tequila Tuesday, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. and driven by Miles Sr. 4, New Legacy, owned by Dandy Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle, Jason Hughes. 5, Chasing Dreams on the Ellie Stafford of Conception Bay, South Newfoundland, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell drives. 6, Magian Tango, Jim Ripley, training and driving for owner Mary Lee Ripley, Amherst, Nova Scotia. 7, Glider Man, owned by Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle, driven by Damian McClellan. Only 2 minutes wagering time on a race number 9. Thank you to Robin Burke and Berkey by the Bay Stables, title sponsor of the 2024 Island Oceans Trot Series. Lee and Peter have a look at the field coming up next.
Yeah, we had the pleasure. We were talking to Robin just a little earlier. Stop by the broadcast desk there, and we appreciate that, and we appreciate all the work that Berkey by the Bay Stable does for our industry here in Prince Edward Island. And he's been with this for the last couple of years, and he'll be trackside for a presentation.
Yeah, it'll be a nice cooler and a trophy as well down there. Again, thank you to Robin. It's been a nice series along the way, and I think we're going to have a pretty good race here today as we look at New Legacy.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great matchup. Hi to Cam Gurney as well. Campbell is our Winter Circle manager there with presentations and trophies, and it's a lot to handle, and we do appreciate it very much. Let's head out to the track. We have one note, the equipment change. It came in late, so no shoes. Libero is not wearing any shoes today. Those shoes have been pulled. There's a look at the 4. This is New Legacy here for Danny Bird at Vernon Bridge and Jennifer Doyle. They have 2 in here, so 4 and 7 is where they're going to line up. But New Legacy comes in here for Jason Hughes here today, and you know what? When you're looking at a horse like this that's coming into a race like this, nothing but 1s and 2s on those past performance chart lines, Peter. And I think the opening quarter could tell the tale in here, especially with Irish Ray in the garden spot.
Yeah, and again, it may be a similar trip to his last line there, the Open here in Charlottetown on October 3rd, where he left 4 and he tracked all the way behind Irish Ray before reaching up late to win in 59 and 2, 28 and 3. On the end of it. So maybe that sets up today with Irish Ray protecting the cones here for Murner. We'll see what Jason decides to do off the wings. The one prior to that, September 26th here, again, went to the front right down the Red Shores Highway, 59 and 1, 29 and 2. And then the one prior to that from post 7, he was storming late to finish second, Irish Ray, in 58 and 2. So he's put together a dynamite 2024, 16 starts, 7 wins. He's 12 for 16 in top threes and approaching 24,000 in the bank. Big shot here today for New Legacy in the Blue Knight, 7-5.
All right, have a look at the field here for Island Oceans Trot Classic Final, presented by Berkey by the Bay Stable, 12,600 in the purse pool. And that's Irish Ray right now, 2-1 odds for Adam Murner driving for Landon Campbell here today in the 3 Wiseman Stable out of Kingston. Now, I saw Freddie early this morning.
Okay.
I saw Kent last week, and I haven't seen Ray, but if Ray's around, he's probably got the green hat on. And if he's not here, he probably still has the green hat on.
He's watching somewhere.
I think it's good luck. For sure. But you know what? What do you say about Irish Ray? I mean, just the superstar, stake superstar as well. And you know what? Is a force in the open trot. I think he'll be pushing the gate out of there.
I do too, Lee. And again, when he's tucked in, he races very, very well. If you look for the starts from the rail, you go down there on August 29th. It was the Island Oceans. He tracked all the way. He was third to New Legacy and Chasing Dreams, only beating the length, 58 and 3. And then from the rail, 2 back on the 26th here. Again, tracking all the way for the deuce to New Legacy, 59 and 3, 29 and 3. He is going to get a sweet trip from the cones here today, and he could win it. Murner gets along pretty well with this guy, Irish Ray here, and the betting public on board, 2-1.
Well, here's another stablemate in here today. This is Chasing Dreams. This is the 5-horse, Mark Campbell driving for his son Landon and Ellie Stanford of Conception Bay, South Newfoundland. I haven't been there either. Got to get out more.
You got to get to Newfoundland.
I think so. Irish Ray stablemate. My guess is there'll be an early tussle here at front. This guy comes calling late, but going after lifetime score 25 today. It's going to be a good matchup here, and I like 6-5 right now on the service on Chasing Dreams.
Well, look at his lines. You can see it doesn't matter where he leaves from. He likes to leave out of there. So if he go 4 down, he left 4. He got into a tussle, got front. He left 6, 3 back, still fronted it, and finished 3rd. And last time out, he was to the front as well from post 3. So he's got 5 here today. 1 can leave. We know he's going to protect the cones. We're not sure what Jason's going to do from post 4. But does Mark shoot out of there and try to swoop them and get onto the front here? We'll see in just a moment. But Jason Dreams is 7-5.
That's what I love about this sport, It's a half-mile racetrack is 2. Post position is so important. And, it's all about track positioning and fractions. And you know what? It's exciting. And it's a good-looking field here. And the countdown clock is in for race number 9. Live from Charlottetown. And let's go back upstairs. The horses line up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Here is Vance Cameron with the call.
Irish Ray, Libero. Tequila Tuesday, New Legacy, Chasing Dreams, Majayan Tango. Glider Man's on the outside. They're at the top of the stretch. Ready for start. Off and trotting, Chasing Dreams leaving out. Irish Rail on the rail. The barrow is there between horses. New Legacy. And they're rounding the turn with a host of levers to get away 5th. Tequila Tuesday. From the outside, Glider Man is 6th. At the rail, 7th. Majayan Tango, and up the backstretch they go. Here comes the Blue Knight, Hughes, and New Legacy to clear the lead. They have to deal with Chasing Dreams and Campbell up and at 'em on the outside as they move on by the first quarter mile. On to take over the lead now, that is Chasing Dreams. 28-4 the opening quarter. Racing from second. Around the turn is New Legacy. Irish Ray is there 3rd. Libero is 4th. Then racing from 5th, Tequila Tuesday. 6th is Majayan Tango. And trailing the field 7th, that is Glider Man. They approach the opening half mile and Chasing Dreams, the midway point leader on New Legacy. Irish Ray is 3rd. Then in 4th, Libero closed up 5th. Is Tequila Tuesday. Glider Man went to the outside for 6th. Majayan Tango now 7th. 58-3 was the first half mile. We have 3/8 of a mile left to go. And on the lead, that is Chasing Dreams. Here comes his stablemate, Irish Ray, to take over 2nd. 3rd at the rail is New Legacy. Libero continues in mid-back 4th. Coming out 3 wide 5th. That's Majayan Tango. On the cones, Tequila Tuesday. And now the trailer, Glider Man, the 3/4 tripped in 1:29-3. They're down to 1/8 of a mile left to trot. Chasing Dreams is bringing them on home. New Legacy headed for the passing lane. Irish Ray 3rd. Deep stretch now to the wire they come. Chasing Dreams, New Legacy, Chasing Dreams and New Legacy. Wow, what a finish. It's picture time in the Island Oceans Trot Classic. 1:59 flat.
Wow, Peter, there is one stretch drive coming up here. We'll get a look at it in real time, but boy, this is close, and I mean really close. I don't know if you separate this out or not, but this is something else. We'll slow it down here for you. The Universal Media slow-mo for you. Island Oceans Slack Trot Classic final presented by Berkey by the Bay Stable, and the Campbells had them boxed in. But I'll tell you one thing. When they used the pass lane to get up here in New Legacy, I guess the question is, did he get it?
I think he did, Lee. It's posted here in Charlottetown now. The 4 does get up. And we said just prior to them going, is Mark going to leave here? Yes, Jason did leave too. He got front briefly. Mark kept coming with Chasing Dreams, carried over through 28-4. So Mark's going to cut it. Jason sits in the 2-hole, and Irish Ray is 3rd through 58-3. 129-3. They're going to duke it out down the lane. 5 trying to hang on. Jason skimming the cones late with New Legacy, and he's going to reach up in the final strides here to nip him late. New Legacy and Hughes win the 9th at Redshores.
In that win photo, it's for New Legacy. Here comes New Legacy to the 9th race winner's circle. Trotting brown gelding, 6 years. The son of Father Patrick is off the RC Royalty Dam Monarch's sequel. Owned by Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, bred by Al Libfeld of Pickering, Ontario. Trained by the Driving Park's leading trainer Jennifer Doyle. And the Blue Knight Jason Hughes got his nose on the wire first today in a 159 flat. New Legacy captures the Island Oceans Trot Classic final, presented by Berkey by the Bay Stable with the winner's circle presentation. Now the official results in the 9th race: Irish Ray 3rd, Libero 4th, Tequila Tuesday 5th, New Legacy the race winner. Chasing Dreams was 2nd, Magian Tango finished 6th, Glider Man was 7th. Fractions went 28 and 4, 58 and 3, 129 and 3, and the mile in a 159. In review, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 6, 7. New Legacy 340 to win. The exactor was 890, the triactor 990, and the superfecta 389.
Four, 5, 1, and 2. That's your winning sequence in the 9th. We're working on the 10th here with the McRae Backhoe and Trucking Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final for 3-year-old fillies, and they're going for a purse of $30,000. Lee Drake along with Peter McPhee today at the HBI broadcast desk, and we have many special presentations that were, we were talking about them all weekend, Peter.
Yeah.
But here's another one. There's a picture of a lot of folks that gathered yesterday for a special presentation in the space being the trackside room between Eastlink Center and Red Shores, dedicated to Billy Mulligan yesterday. And what a great tribute this is. It's most fitting because Billy was the last general manager of the Charlottetown Forum and the first GM of the then new Charlottetown Civic Center. And if he wasn't at the rink, as you know, Peter, he was here at the Red Shores and Charlottetown Driving Park, and he just had a great personality. He worked a lot with the Ron Matheson stable over the years, and an elite athlete as well. So I think it's a really nice touch.
It really is. He was a great guy to talk to. He loved sports. He loved hockey. He loved harness racing. He loved all kinds of sports. And it was just, when you ran into Billy, you know you were going to have a great conversation. Such a kind man. And really, Lee, this is something else to dedicate this room to Billy. It's well-deserved. And he was a guy who loved horses. He loved harness racing, hockey, and he loved people, Lee, in general.
He certainly did. Trent Bird was able to send us some information here. Thank you, Trent. And you do great work in the community as well. And this was a really nice touch. It's a classy touch, and happy to put it on the race day broadcast today. All right, coming up next, we're working on the 10th. You get a look at the paddock cam. I don't know if they're coming out yet, or did we miss them? No, they're not here. So there's a look at your top picks from our guest handicappers today. And I should mention that they are doing a lot of work on our social media today.
Okay.
Yeah, because I've been in and out of there. Of course, we're live on the air, so it's hard to get. But yeah, they're doing a lot of work, and we appreciate that for Garnet and Robert.
Yeah, they have a lot of followers, as you know, Lee. They both track along in Ontario. They do a lot of picks for different tracks, and it's great that they joined us here during Old Home Week in the back for Breeders' Crowns. So Garnet at 3, 4, and 7 heading to Galway Girl. Robert as well. I do like the 3 on top for Mark Campbell here today. And post-time picks, Kurt Hughes. He's heading outside to the 7, Fernhill Indigo. And Brodie McPhee sets up to be a dandy here in the 10th. We'll meet the horses in just a moment.
The afternoon's 10th race, McRae's Backhoe and Trucking Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final. These are 3-year-old filly pacers on Post Parade. Sensational Gal number 1, owned by J.D. Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes. Jill Barrio drives. 2 is Starship Beauty, owned by Brett DeRue from Queensbury, New York, trained by Landon Campbell. Today, David Dowling. Galway Girl number 3, owned by Brady Doyle, Kent McDonald, Bernard McDonald, and Jacinta Campbell, trained by Brent Campbell and driven by Mark Campbell. Zendaya's First Lady number 4, owned by John Quinn of Charlottetown, trained by Stephen Quinn and driven by Miles Heffernan. Eenie Meenie, Miney Mo wears number 5, owned and trained by Sandy Baird of Trenton, Nova Scotia, Paul Langell. 6 is Good Morning Nova, owned by Melissa Banks of Summerside and Jason Williams of McNeil's Mills, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Fernhill Indigo, number 7, owned by the Next Generation Stable of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby, Brodie McPhee. Number 8, Windermere Sadie, is owned by the Bell River Gold Stable of Bell River, trained by Brent Campbell. Corey McPherson catch drives. Only 2 minutes wagering time on race number 10. There's 2 minutes to post time. Welcome to this special broadcast presentation of the Atlantic Breeders' Crown. Race day continues live from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island.
Three-year-old fillies have been introduced here for the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final. McRae, Backhoe, and Trucking the sponsor, and it features Exacta 20-cent superfecta tractor wagering. Always take your ticket with the wild horses on track. Those purses at jackpots of $25. Well, you saw the theme there. There it is, 3, 4, and 7. And Garnet's going with 3. Robert's going with the 3. You're going with the 3.
But not Kurt. Kurt's going to the 7.
And so is our race classifier.
Yes.
746. So let's land on the 3 here for Brady Doyle and Kent McDonald, Bernie McDonald, and Jacinta Campbell. Brent Campbell's the trainer, and Mark Campbell's going to do the driving here. He's going to get a chance to see this filly score down here as they come down the track here with Galway Girl. I don't know. She's versatile. She can call the shots, come off the pace, going for 30K. Watch out for her on the inside post.
I think so. I think she'll be up into the action here today. If you judge by the lines on her 2 inside starts there, 1-3 down on September 14th, off the rail. She was on the lead for most of it. Ended up third downtown tonight in Chip of Evil. They were 1-2. Galway Girl a good third, 56-2. And then here in an overnight class on the 26th, left 2, tucked in all the way. A good second to downtown tonight, 55-3, 28-1 on the end of it. Head post 5 last time, finished 5th on the edges in 58, but the good news is inside here today for Mark Campbell. Galway Girl from post 3, 7-5.
Well, you wanted to see it. You wanted to see how close it was. Here it is. That's the win photo for race number 9 for the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission, and it was the 4 on the inside there, New Legacy, and the 5 on the outside, Chasing Dreams.
Yeah, great race. Mark cut it. Jason came late down the passing lane and just gets there to nip the 5. Great photo from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Well, there's a look at Zendaya's first lady, Maz Heffernan, Stephen Quinn, John Quinn's the Charlottetown. What a day for the Quinns. Remember that line?
Yeah, it was last year.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And, you know, Vanita and Alan McLeod, I was talking to Alan at the sale as well, and they raised this filly. And just gets along great. Gets 4-hole here today. I like that. What a win and a day it was there. And back in the final. So, hey, you know what? A little bit of racing luck here today.
Yeah,
Come out on top. You never know.
The Quinns had a big 2023. This horse, Zendaya's first lady, won the 2-year-old fillies last year in Atlantic Breeders' Crown Weekend. They also won the 3-year-olds with next in line. So can this horse repeat? I think she has a big chance here today, Zendaya's first lady. If you look at her lines there, the Mackenzies and Truro went to the front for miles. A nice winner, 55-4, 28-1. And then in Summerside, the Lady Slipper, again, left post 3, tracked all the way from the 2-hole, drafting all the way for third to Miss Dutton, Peach, 57-4, 30-1. She's had a really nice career when you look at her numbers, lifetime, 7 wins from 26 starts, over 64,000 in the bank. She was the winner last year in the 2-year-old Atlantic Breeders' Crown. Can she repeat? I think she's got a shot here, 3-1.
She looks really good in the track there right now. 9 for 15 top threes here today in draws post 4, 3-1. So we're getting set here to go here. Vern Hill Indigo, the next generation stable. Have to work it from post 7 today for Brody McPhee and Tom Weatherby. And 7-hole's not where you want to be, but the betting choice, they're not afraid of that.
No. She's the points leader coming in. She's put up a good year. 16 starts, 4 wins, 9 seconds and a third. Approaching 60,000 in the bank, 56-2 at Truro. So, yes, got to respect her as the points leader at 7-2.
The countdown clock is in on this Championship Sunday. We're working on race number 10. The horses are behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is post time. Back upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Sensational Gal, Starship Beauty, Galway Girls. Zendaya's first lady, Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo. Good Morning Nova. Fernhill Indigo, Windermere Sadie, top of the stretch. 3-year-old filly Pacers in the Crown Final. Post time. The up and pacing Galway Girl and Zendaya's first lady are the first 2 out. Third one as they make their way round the turn is Good Morning Nova. To get away 4th at the rail is Starship Beauty. Coming up 5th is Fernhill Indigo. Sensational Gal got away 6th. Then in 7th, Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo. And on the outside, the trailer, Windermere Sadie. They're on the backstretch. And Galway Girl and Mark Campbell, they made the lead. Second, Zendaya's first lady are gapping in third. That is Good Morning Nova. 4th on the rail is Starship Beauty, racing from 5th. That's Fernhill Indigo, 28-4 was the opening quarter. Racing 6, Sensational Gal. Then in 7th, moving up from the outside is Windermere Sadie, and now the trailer. That's Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo, and down the stretch they come, approaching the opening half mile. Galway Girl, the fraction center, on Zendaya's first lady. Good Morning Nova third. There goes goes Starship Beauty. She's first up in the outside fourth. Now with cover to follow fifth is Fernhill Indigo. They're at the half mile in a comfortable 59 seconds flat. As they move towards the 5/8, it's Galway Girl having her own way with the fractions here. Second is Zendaya's First Lady. Coming first up to take over third is Starship Beauty. Fourth up the rail now, Good Morning Nova with nowhere to go. Coming up fifth on the outside is Fernhill Indigo. On the cone six, Sensational Gal. Now seventh from the outside, Windermere Sadie and the trailer. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. 1:28 and 2 with 3/4 down to a sprint, and I mean a sprint to the finish here. Down the stretch they come. Galway Girl, Zendaya's First Lady off the two-hole ride. Deep stretch now. Here's the wire. Galway Girl captures the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship final. 3-year-old filly pacers. Zendaya's First Lady second. Sensational Gal rallied up third. 1:56.4.
Here's a look at the Universal Media slow-mo for you in the 3-year-old fillies. $30,000 Atlantic Breeders' Crown final. You knew the Galway Girl and Campbell, they were calling the shots here today. Sent off at even money. Zendaya's First Lady, Peter, did everything she could. Miles hit her in the pocket the whole trip and took a shot. Wasn't enough.
Thought this race would play out exactly the way it did, Lee. 3 was going to cut this here today. She was on the inside through 28 and 4, 59. Got it her own way, as Van said. 1:28 and 2. 4 was tracking all the way. Takes a shot late, but no way. 1:56 and 4 on the point for Galway Girl. Right down the highway to win the 10th at Red Shores.
Galway Girl arriving at the 10th race winner's circle, pacing Black Philly 3 by Shanghai Phil from the Ponderosa Dam Hazel, owned by Brady Doyle, Ken McDonald, Bernard McDonald, and Jacinta Campbell. Bred by Brookie by the Bay Stables, trained by Brent Campbell. Mark Campbell has his third winner on this Stakes Phil Sunday. The time for the miles, a new pacing record of 1:56 and 4. Galway Girl captures the McRae's Backhoe and Trucking Atlantic Breeders' Crown final for 3-year-old filly pacers with that winner's circle presentation. Here's the official results now in the 10th race. Sensational Gal third. Starship Beauty sixth. Galway Girl the race winner. Zendaya's First Lady finished second. Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo seventh. Good Morning Nova finished fourth. Fernhill Indigo was fifth. Windermere Sadie finished eighth. Fractions of 28 and 4. 59. 128 and 2. And the mile in 156 and 4. In review 361, 274, 58. Galway Girl paid 410 to win. The exactor was 980. Triactor 112.10. Superfecta 94.70.
Well, your winning combinations there proudly displayed on the screen for you. And wherever you're playing today, we appreciate your business, whether you're here on track or maybe you're off track at one of the different locations and or through HPI or any one of the platforms that we do business with. We do appreciate your business. We kicked off this weekend. It's hard to believe we still have 11 through to 16 to go, Peter. And we ended off with the $50,000 Premier's Cup, so that's going to be an exciting event. But we started this whole journey this weekend with the Atlantic Classic Sale. I was there for a brief period of time, and boy, there was a big crowd there. A lot of horses through the sale, and some big numbers.
Yeah, well, the top filly, Lee, goes for 40,000. The top colt goes for 38, and the top trotter goes for 26. So again, very strong numbers again at the Atlantic Classic Sale. Kudos to everybody involved with the sale. Another great job. And Lee, we're very, very lucky to have what we have on the island right now.
Well, that's just it. I mean, I think Freddie McDonald had the line of, I don't know, the year, I guess, back in when the Premier announced, and of course all the announcements from the Industry Association and, you know, wagering and the campaigns that we're doing between Summerside and Charlottetown. And he said, if you're not happy, maybe we should take up lawn bowling. So it was funny. But seriously, I mean, there have been a lot of great announcements made over the last number of years, whether it's industry, operations, and what we're doing. And, you know, you got to work with positive people to get things done.
That's right. Yep. No,
And,
it was the message was the same today from Premier King. He thanked everybody. Of course, very committed. The purses are going up the last year and the following year. So again, Lee, there's a lot of great things going on in the industry. So again, let's keep pushing it forward.
There are your picks for the 11th race, and they'll be coming out on the track here very shortly as Garnet Burnsdale, Robert Reed Jr., and Peter McPhee, along with Kurt Hughes, the author today of the Post Time Picks. Look at those for themes.
Everybody going towards the 2 here. Now, for second and third, we've got a few different selections there. Garnet on a 2-1-6, Robert 2-5 and 4. Of course, he's our two-time defending champion of the All-Star Handicapping Challenges, Robert Reed. So he's always a guy to keep an eye on. I'm a 2-1, and I'm going to throw the 8 in here as well. And Post Time Picks, Kurt Hughes, 2, 4, and 8 as we get set for race number 11.
Yeah, the 11 in race number 11, the number 3, Brumby has an equipment change, removing hood with cups and adding cheek rolls. That's the equipment change. We'll greet the field in a minute.
The afternoon's 11th race enters the track on post for 8. I'm a Looker 2. Wears number 1, owned by Robert Samara from Halifax, Nova Scotia. Trained by Jeff Holmes. Brady Sweet drives. High Voltage Deo number 2, owned by Albie Kern and the High Voltage Deo Group. Trained by Brendan Kern. Today, Corey McPherson. 3 Brumby, owned and trained by Tammy McKay of Truro, Nova Scotia. Gilles Barrio drives. 4 Jules Dragon, owned by Nick McGilvery of Cornwall, trained by Landon Campbell, driven by Ryan DeRoche. 5 JK Last Chance, owned by Dan McIsaac of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Kenny Arsenault. Bacon on a Biscuit number 6, owned by Brittany Watts of Springvale and Corey Livingston of Village Green, Adam Murner training and driving. Number 7, Macho Phil, owned by Ava Burke of Brackley and Ali Campbell of Charlottetown, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell drives. Number 8 is Malignity, owned by Debbie Francis, Roseanne, and Chantel Langell, driven and trained by Paul Langell. Our post-time clock has expired here in race number 11. We're down to your final call for Par Mutual wagering on today's 11th race. It's your final call at the windows. Get the most accurate, up-to-date information on racing, restaurants, casino, and gaming floors by following Red Shores' official social media platforms.
All right, just before we head out on the track once again, and there's a look at the promotion that's underway now till November 17th, and that's for Rewards Club members, $15,000, the 15K giveaway. It's $15,000. So you use your Rewards Club card and $10,000 cash grand prize, Peter. It's been underway for a while, and before you know it, it'll be finished.
Yeah, one of those weekly prizes as well for $500, and the grand prize is $10,000. So yeah, it's happening right here at Red Shores, September 1st to November the 17th.
Rewards Club members always earn more. All right, so back on the track we go here for the Sunday afternoon. It started out a pretty windy day. It's remained cool around 12 degrees, but it started out windy, and then they took away the wind variant, which is they used for a second. But, yeah, things are going to remain hot for the rest of the afternoon when it comes to the action on the track. And this guy has been hot lately, High Voltage Dio. Back-to-back jacks in there for Albie Curran and High Voltage Dio Group. Corey McPherson does the driving today for trainer Brendan Curran, and I just like the way this guy's been putting together the last couple of starts here. Really impressive with a big move and winning by 4.5 and 53-3. How could he not be on top?
Yeah, for sure, and he's coming up the ladder, like you said. He was brought here for the Gold Cup Series. He had some tough posts. Then he had some braking issues after that, qualifier, and then, he put it together in his last 2 starts, one at the 1561s where he won by 4 and change and 54 and 1. And then back here on October 5th, he went up the ladder to the 2051s. Good group here in Charlottetown. First over score in 53 and 3, 27 and 3 on the end of it. So he continues to climb the class ladder up to the 2301s. Again, another good group here on the island. Looking for 3 in a row. High Voltage Deo. It's Corey McPherson today, 1-2.
Okay, so getting a look at some of the other starters in the field here today. There's the rail sitter right now. This is I'm a Looker 2, 7-year-old by Shadow Play. Brady Sweet will do the driving for trainer Jeff Holmes today. And Bob Samara of Halifax, Nova Scotia. Always nice to see Bob here. Always nice to talk to him. And got some speed coming from the outside in this one. But with the rail here, I like the fact that this guy's going to get a trip. from that position.
Usually they takes on all comers. Now he's up a little bit in class here. He's been racing that 12 claimer, so he's on the rail here. But boy, he loves to be on the engine here. I think he will be protecting the cones here. We're going to put him in just by the fact that he's on the inside here today, up against a good group.
Of course, you can't forget Malignity in here as well. Got to work from post 8. Tough pros to work from. Only 6 winners from 8 so far this season from 200 starters. So that tells you how tough it is. Good looking group here. Countdown clocks in for the 11th. They're in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. And back upstairs to the call with Vance Cameron.
I'm a looker too. High Voltage Dale, Brumby, Jules Dragon, JK Last Chance, Bacon on a Biscuit, Macho Phil, and Malignity. Now at the top of the stretch. Here they come. And there they go. Up and pacing, leaving out JK. Last Chance is headed to the lead towards the inside. I'm a looker too. Brumby, the third one on the turn to get away fourth, coming from the outside. Malignity. Fifth up the rail is Jules Dragon. Bacon on a Biscuit in 6. High Voltage Dale unhurried away 7th. And the trailer that is in the early going, Macho Phil. So they drive to the quarter and all the way from the grandstand side. Here's Malignity and Paul Langell to take over the lead and open by 2, 27-3. Boom! Just like that. Did he ever leave out? Malignity loose on the lead. Second, that is JK Last Chance out of the turn. Third, that's I'm a looker too. Brumby's in fourth. Going to the outside. Fifth is Jules Dragon. Already there was High Voltage Deo, now 6. Bacon on a Biscuit is 7th. And trailing the field, that's Macho Phil. And opening half mile, 56 seconds flat. Malignity, the leader, over to the 5-8. JK Last Chance in at the rail second. I'm a looker too. Went to the outside third, but no advancement. Coming up fourth in between horses, Jules Dragon. That's High Voltage Dago. Now on the move in the outside by the 3/4. Malignity got them there. 1:24 and 4/8 of a mile left to go. Malignity trying to see it through. Second is JK Last Chance. High Voltage Deo, the heavy favorite, is coming late from third. Deep stretch now on the wire. McPherson timed it right for the triple. High Voltage Deo got there on the end of it. Second is JK Last Chance. Malignity third. 1:53 and 1. Wow!
Well, we talked about this guy in the pre-race, and High Voltage Dio here today with McPherson. We were tracking him all the way along. If you think it's impressive what you're seeing in the stretch here right now, he had to come a long piece back. That's a big trip today.
He's sharply, and he keeps going up the ladder after winning a couple of starts back. He did it again last week in 53 and 3. Very impressive. Wow, Malignity from the 8-hole crosses over and clears through 27 and 3. Wow, that is snappy after the 5 left as well. They went through the half in 56 flat. Still, Malignity, JK Last Chance was sitting there as well. Corey made the third over move up the backside, 124 and 4. We still don't see him. Here he is coming into the screen now. Malignity trying to hang on late. 5 angles out to take his shot at the 8, but the 2 is flying late. His form is excellent now, and he's going to make it 3 in a row at Red Shores. As Vance said, High Voltage Deo and McPherson time it perfectly in the 11th. Give him 3 in a row at Red Shores.
Well, the group bottom to where they wanted him to be. And that's the winner's circle as he now gets his third consecutive victory. That's High Voltage Deo in the 11th. Bay facing gelding 4 by Sweet Lou. From the I Am a Fool Dam Electric Fool on the Albie Kern and the High Voltage Deo group, bred by Deo Volante Farms of New Jersey. Trained by Brendan Kern. Corey McPherson got the call this time around. McPherson's third winner today for the triple, an excellent mile. 153 and a 1/5. High Voltage Deo and the McPherson triple. 153 and 1. Here's the official results now from race 11. I'm a Looker 2 finished 8th and had broken equipment. High Voltage Deo, the race winner. Brumby finished 6th. Jules Dragon 4th. JK Last Chance was 2nd. Bacon on a Biscuit finished 5th. Macho Phil was 7th. Malignity finished 3rd. Fractions of 27 and 3. 56. 124 and 4. And the time for the mile in 153 and 1. In review, your program reads 816-425-73. High Voltage Deo paid $260. The Exactor $12.20. The Triactor $79. Superfecta $37.51.
All right, there's a combination for the last race there, 2, 5, 8, and 4. Some good payouts there for you as we get ready for race number 12 coming up next. With 6 minutes, we'll get them out of the paddock here for you with the paddock cam. We'll give you a shot, and also what's happening with our top selections with our guest handicappers today. Let's have a look at some of the upcoming events here for you. We're back at it. Coming up on Tuesday, October the 15th, at Redshores Summerside. Post time is 6 o'clock there. That $500 moving back into play there, the second chance draw on the 20, play 20 for 20%. Then Thursday on the 17th, Peter, and Saturday again on the 19th.
Yeah, Thursday at 6 p.m. back here in Charlottetown after, of course, Tuesday in Summerside. And then we're back here next Saturday afternoon. And don't forget, we've switched to the afternoons on Saturday here at Red Shores First Post, 12:30.
Yeah, and after the 26th of October, when that doubleheader, we won't be back till Saturday evenings here until May.
My gosh, they're going to miss us, aren't they? But we'll get to watch hockey, which is
well,
great.
Will they miss us?
They'll miss us, don't worry.
Okay, well.
Today's 12th race, McCrae's Backhoe and Trucking. It's the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final. These are 3-year-old Colt Pacers on parade. Tobin's Chester 1, owned by Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes driving. Check Your Chip number 2, owned by Greg and Lucas Bailey of Montague, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Jill Barrio catch drives. Jackie's Boy number 3 is owned and trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. from Montague. Miles Sr. drives. 4, Freeman's Legacy, owned by Mackenzie Arsenault of Alberton. Jacob Sweet, the trainer driver. 5 is Hamac Powerball, owned by JD Racing Incorporated, Atlantic Racing Power Group, and Stuart McDonald. Nick Oakes is the trainer. Today, Norris Rogers. Marigo Magic is 6, owned by Mike May, Herman McQuaid, Derek Cameron, and Ian Walker. Trainer driver Adam Murner. 7 is Little Leroy, owned by the Boyd McDonald Produce Limited of Crapo, trained by Joe Baxter, Corey McPherson. Number 8, Reassurance, owned by Saul Peter and Alex Lanigan, and Chris Farrell, trained by Saul Lanigan, and the drive goes to Mark Campbell. Down to 4 minutes wagering time on race number 12. And gentlemen, we're coming back with our selections here with the Glamour Boys chasing $30,000 in prize money. And again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I don't think you look any farther than the rail horse, guys. He's been absolutely special. Over $100,000 in prize money in the single season. Only the second horse in the history of maritime racing to do so. He set the track record last time around at Summerside. It stood since 2017. He's simply awesome. That's Tobin's Chester. I like 3, Jackie's Boy. He has beaten this colt off of the rail before. He's in fine form. He warmed up real special. I like the 6, Marigo Magic. They've just been 1, 2, 3 all season long. I'll use the 2, Check Your Chip, just on the Barrio catch drive, and it might be a price horse, which he is right now at 94 to 1. And that's the way I see it in the 12th. 1, 3, 6, 2. Gentlemen, your choices.
Well, we're with you here as we move along to the track here to pick up the Glamour Boys, as you mentioned. And we got to be on the 1, Tobin's Chester, $40,000 purchase at the Atlantic Classic sale in 2022. Track record holder, over $100K in the bank, won his last 4. Raised by Wendell Williams of Ellerslie. He's the top ticket. I'm going to go to Meridian Magic, $88,876 in the bank. Only missed the top 3 once, but has to work it from post 6, Peter, and I'm matching the classifiers so far. And Jackie's Boy for 3rd. Just another colt with a superb season. Going to be interesting from post 3, going for $30K. He could be up higher in the ticket, too, just saying. But you know what? Anything can happen when you're going for $30,000.
These 3 have been the big dogs all season long. Tobin's Chester, Jackie's Boy, Marigo Magic. Tobin's Chester has the post position advantage today on these guys. So I think Jason will be on the point here. And everything you guys have said about Tobin's Chester, I would agree with. He's over 161,000 life. So he's got a big shot again here today. Jackie's Boy, he likes the front 2. We'll see what Miles decides to do. Maybe he tries to tuck in and draft behind the 1 here today. Jackie's Boy up over 147,000 lifetime as well. Really nice horse is Jackie's Boy. And the 6, Marigo Magic. Again, just based on post position, we'll put in for 3rd here as the other 2 colts are inside him today. Marigo Magic up over 140,000 life. So just 3 really, really special colts here today. They're going to battle it out in race number 12, along with some other great horses in this race as we get set for a real nice 3-year-old colts final.
Well, we had a chance to see many of them last night, Peter, when they came in to pick up the hardware for the Atlantic Breeders' Crown as a finalist here from the 3-year-old colts. And Tobin's Chester off the rail here at 1-9, 35-1 for the 2. That's Check Your Chip for Gilles Barrio today. And Jackie's Boy at post position 3 at 6-1.
Yeah, Freeman's Legacy from 4 today for Jacob Sweet. 5 is Halmack Powerball. Norris Rogers gets the call today. Marigo Magic, we talked about him from Murner. And then Little Leroy and Reassurance, 7 and 8. That's how they'll line up here in race number 12.
Well, our world headquarters at Redshores.ca. In-house monitors channel 2. FM 98.5. Countdown clock is in. Race number 12. Live from Charlottetown. And the horses line up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. And back upstairs the call with Vance Cameron.
Tobin's Chester, Check Your Chip, Jackie's Boy, Freeman's Legacy, Halmack Powerball, Marigo Magic, Little Leroy, Reassurance on the grandstand side. Top of the stretch. Glamour Boys in the Crown final post time. Up and facing Jackie's Boy, the first one out. In at the rail, Tobin's Chester, third one into the turn. That is Check Your Chip. Coming up fourth on the outside, Marigo Magic Wilder leaving out. Fifth from the outside as they race the back stretch is Little Leroy. Then towards the rail, Freeman's Legacy. At the inside, Halmack Powerball and the trailer, a Reassurance. So Tobin's Chester on the lead for the Blue Knight Ewes. Their quarter pole leading. Tucked away second is Jackie's Boy, Marigo Magic. Settled up third. Check Your Chip will round the turn fourth. They went 27 to boom! Just like that to the quarter mile. Now trying to find a breather in the second panel. Tobin's Chester, the leader, approaching half mile. Second is Jackie's Boy, Marigo Magic. Third, Check Your Chip fourth. Freeman's Legacy fifth. Then in sixth, Little Leroy. Seventh at the rail, Halmack Powerball. And on the outside eighth, that is Reassurance. 56-4, halfway home time. Around the paddock turn they go. Arriving at the 5-8. It's Tobin's Chester in command. Second along the rail, Jackie's Boy, Marigo's Magic. Third, Little Leroy tries his luck. He's first up and advancing fourth. Coming up fifth on the outside is Freeman's Legacy. Check Your Chip at the rail, sixth. Then seventh is Reassurance. Halmack Powerball, the trailer. 3/4 in the books in 1:26-1 on the turn for the final time with an eighth of a mile to go. Tobin's Chester widens the lead, turning home. Jackie's Boy now giving chase. Marigo Magic on the outside third to the wire in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship final. 3-year-old Colt Pacers. Tobin's Chester and the Blue Knight go all the way. Marigo Magic may have rallied second against Jackie's Boy third. 1:54 flat.
All right, here's a look at the Universal Media slow-mo for you in the McRae's Backhoe and Trucking Atlantic Breeders' Crown final for the Glamour Boys, 3-year-old colts for $30K. And when you're Tobin Chester and Jason Hughes and Ashley Gamester and you're off the rail and you're 1-9, you're going to call the shots.
100%, Lee, and that's where he put him here today. Like we said, the big dogs, they all left early. 1, 3, and 6, they were scooting off the wings here, and Jason said, no way. You're putting him in all behind him, 27-2. Snappy for Tobin's Chester. Jackie's Boy 2, Marigo Magic 3. Little Leroy goes first, 56-4. 126-1, and Jason here now knows he's got it as he put him on the point and rolled him right down the road. 154 flat. 6 rallies late. Marigo Magic race fifth grade. He's second. Jackie's boy third. Tobin's Chester and the Blue Knight in the winner's circle next.
This colt will go down as one of the all-time greats in Atlantic Sire Stakes history. Speaking of Tobin's Chester, on his way to the 12th race winner's circle, Bay Pacing gelding 3 by Shanghai Phil from the Grin from Ear to Ear Dam, Putnam Mackenzie. Owned by Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge, bred by Wendell Williams of Ellerslie, trained by Ashley Gamester, and the Blue Knight Jason Hughes guides him to victory at every call for his 5th consecutive victory. For the Blue Knight, that's the double today. The mile's 154 flat. Tobin's Chester in the McRae's Baco and Trucking Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship Final. 3-year-old Colt Pacers with the Winner's Circle presentation. Now the official results from the 12th race. Tobin's Chester the winner. Check Your Chimp was 8th. Jackie's Boy 3rd. Freeman's Legacy 4th. Hamac Powerball was 7th. Marigo Magic finished 2nd. Little Leroy was 5th. Reassurance finished 6th. The quarterly fractions went 27 and 2. 56 and 4. 126 and 1. And the mile in 154. In review, it's 183, 472, 56. Tobin's Chester 210. The Exactor 520, Triactor 760, Superfecta 555. Ladies and gentlemen, today's 50-50 winning number. It's valued at $1,210. It's F1815158. Today's 50-50 winning number for $1,210. F1815158. Good luck. 13th race on the track set for the Post Parade, sponsored by Red Shores, number 1 First Glance. Owned by Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle, David Dowling drives. 2 Tradition, owned by Giselle Bernard of Bethel, Lori Hennessy of Charlottetown. Gordy Hennessy does the training and driven by Adam Murner. Number 3, The Devil's Cash, owned by Doug Beckwith from 2nd North River, New Brunswick, trained by Lenny Myers and driven by Damian McClellan. Now here's the 4, American Risk, owned by Risky Biz Group of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by George Rennes and Jason Hughes. Five, Windblown, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Langell. Salzburg Ian, number 6, owned by the Red Oak Stables of Charlottetown, trained by Jamie Smith, Corey McPherson. Number 7, Time to Dance, owned by Brady Doyle, Brent Campbell, and Kent McDonald. Trained by Brent Campbell. Landon Campbell will do the Post Parade, and Mark Campbell will drive. Down to 3 minutes wagering time on the 13th. Thank you to the Fox Group for their continued support of the harness racing industry on Prince Edward Island.
Yeah, you see all those dates there as well. The Fox Group racing events, really appreciate it, and we get such great feedback. I had an opportunity to talk to Joey Burke just last week, and you know what? We really appreciate the support there, and you see all the dates start all the way back in July, well, all the way up to October the 19th, so
Yep.
great work.
Both tracks, Summerside and Charlottetown, and yeah, on the 19th will be the next Fox Group racing event right here in Charlottetown.
So we're going to make our way back out on the track here. There's a good and talented group in here. There is a change, equipment change here as we have a quick look on the 13th, and that is on the 6th. Salzbrook Ian removing Pelling Pacifier and Martingale and going to a closed bridle. So they've made some equipment changes on the 6th here. Trainer Jamie Smith and Corey McPherson as we get going here for the 13th. But we're tracking along with the 5 right now. We're in alongside here. And this is a Windblown for Doug and Douglas Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell will do the driving for Phil Siver. Had a great chance to talk to trainer Phil Sizer in Summerside just recently. He's had a good season. Horse has been racing great. Came here in August from the Bernie McCollum stable. The McCollum family, as you know, honored last night, Peter. Ben Hollingsworth before that at Woodbine last year. So back into play here, and I think he's been putting up some really decent numbers and some awesome trips.
He's been racing great. He's had the inside post. If you look down his lines there, you can see he's had the 1-2-1 in his last 3 starts. The Campbell there, he rolled right down the road in one of the divisions of the Richard Campbell there. He looked good that night, 53 flat, 28 and 1. He's since come back and raced a couple of times for preferred ones on September the 21st. Again, led most of the way, and he was collared by B2B late. Look at that charted mile, though, 52 and 4. Wow, great effort. And then back in the preferred ones here on October the 5th. Again, he was on the rail, finished second to Twin B Tough Enough, 53 and 2, 28 on the end of it. He can really fly home. So again, he has to move off the inside posts out to post 5 here today, but we think he can still get the job done. Paul Angel has Windblown 1-9.
So tracking along here on the 13th presentation, cooler presentation by Red Shores. And there's a look at Tradition from Post 2 today for Giselle Bernard and Lori Hennessy of Charlottetown. Gordy Hennessy is the trainer. Adam Murner will do the driving here today. And this horse has been putting on a really great streak as well. And you might want to point out here, since Old Home did beat Windblown on that big trip there in 53 and 3.
Yeah, and this is a great combination, Adam Murner and Tradition. When you go down the lines, they usually are handy winning it. So if we look at the lines, last time out here, Adam drove the horse. Good overnight group, 25.51s there, left 2, was tracking all the way and was third, but only beaten 3/4 of a length. The first two horses were Roll with Hottie Toddy and Jules Dragon. Tradition paces the last quarter of 28 and is charted in 54 and 1. If you slide down a little bit further, you can see, again, same level at the September 21st start. Left 5, came storming home in 28 and 3 to finish third in 54 and 2. So I just like the fact that this is a good combination. I've always liked Tradition and Adam Murner, so I'm going to put them in here, 19 to 1.
I know that Gordy, on one of the 60 seconds or less,
Yeah.
he wanted to call a race.
Well, let's get him up there.
But he's been too busy in the paddock and training horses, so we can't get him up.
I know Vance wants Corey to come up and call one,
Yeah.
and Gordy would be great as well. Yeah. So I think we should get the boys up there some night and give her a go.
Speaking of Old Home Week, now we're getting a little giddy because it's so long today, but speaking of Old Home Week, our buddy Paul McKenzie, he was here Old Home Week and always tuned in today for the race day broadcast. Paul, always nice to hear from you and talk with you, and we had some great pictures. Remember that time Ken Morton and all of us with the pictures?
Oh, yes. I did see Paul as well after Gold Cup on Gold Cup night down in the paddock, so always great to see Paul. And Paul, hope you're doing well. Shout out to you, and again, looking forward to seeing you soon.
Yeah, and you know what? There's a guy, Paul McKenzie's had a lot of winners in his career.
My goodness.
Boy, oh boy. I'll tell you what. So he's tuning in today. We appreciate it. There's a lance of Time to Dance here. We'll get the post time out of the way. Post time, the most famous sound in racing. We'll be back. We're tracking along with the 7 there. Time to Dance for Brady Doyle and Brent Campbell and Kent McDonald. Boy, do they have a big race. They already have a crown under their belt here today. So Time to Dance here. Boy, what a superstar this horse has been over the years. He's got it working from post 7 here today. Got his first win of the campaign on September 28th. Looked good doing it too. 7-hole will complicate matters a little bit, but one of those horses you can never leave out. Countdown clock is in for the 13th. And the horses are in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
First glance, Tradition, the Devil's Cash, American Risk, Windblown, Salisbury Ian, and Time to Dance. 13th race up on the gate. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing American Risk is the first one out, and off stride at the rail goes First Glance into the turn for second. From the outside, that is Windblown. On the cones in third is Tradition. To get away fourth, it's Time to Dance. That's Salisbury in to pick up fifth. Then racing from sixth, the Devil's Cash. In the backfield, First Glance, the trailer along the back stretch to the opening quarter. Windblown on the outside. American Risk a little to it and at it. At it and to it at the front quarter, and they were swinging in here. Windblown and Langell clear off at 27 and 2 opening quarter, and wow, they're taking off, opening by 3. Second is American Risk, up the rail in third, that's Tradition. Time to Dance comes out of the turn, he's fourth. Then in fifth, Salisbury Ian, he takes out. Racing from sixth, the Devil's Cash. In the backfield, First Glance trailing, they're halfway home, led by a fired up Windblown. Second American Risk from the outside. Salisbury Ian underway, 56 and 1 the half mile. Racing from fourth, that is Tradition, and he moves out. Fifth is Time to Dance. The Devil's Cash in sixth, and the trailer, First Glance, halfway up the backstretch. Second and final time. Here comes the 3/4. Windblown at the rail. From the outside, Salisbury Ian is the challenger. American Risk third. Fourth on the outside, Tradition. Time to Dance fifth. 3/4 up. 1:25 flat. Homeward bound, Windblown leading them down the home stretch. Salisbury Ian on the outside. American Risk at the rail. Tradition fourth, but it's Windblown alone on the line for Paul Langell. Second, that is Salisbury Ian. Tradition got up third. 1:50 152-4.
All right, a look at the Universal Media slow-mo for you in race number 13 here this afternoon and this Sunday, and the action has been hot and the fractions have been hot. Wow, look at this, wind blown. Eddie here, 1-9 chalk and 27-2 by that opening quarter, Pete, when they touched down. And man, that's a big trip here today.
Big from the 5-hole. We said he moved off the rail and the 2-hole. Jason took him on early with American Risk, who can really scat off the wings as well. But Windblown said, no way, I want front 27-2. He gets over there and is the boss through 56 and 1 American Risk second. At that point, Corey comes with Salzburg. He raced good today, considering he hadn't raced since August 31st. 125 first up grind, but he couldn't quite get there in the end as Windblown puts them all away. 152 and 4. It's cool here today. And a big trip for Windblown and Langell in the 13th.
Well, I'm going to have to consult the driving park historian, Jerry McCabe, on who has the fastest free-legged mile at Charlottetown. Here's quite a performance on this Super Sunday by number 5, Wind Blown in the winner's circle. Big pacing gelding 7 by Mach 3. From the Commotion Dam, Wind Warning, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, bred by Springhaven Farm, and Doug Millard of Ontario. He's trained by Phil Sizer, and Paul Langell will guide him to victory in an excellent mile of 152 and 4. Windblown in the 13th at trackside, the Red Shores. Cooler presentation. Now the official results from the 13th. First Glance 7th. Tradition was 3rd. The Devil's Cash finished 6th. American Risk 4th. Windblown the race winner. Salzburg Ian finished 2nd. Time to Dance was 5th. Fractions 27-2. 56 and 1. 125. And the mile in 152 and 4. In review, 736 4125. Windblown paid $220. The exactor was $830. The triactor went $30.70, and the superfecta $12.35. Open Mayor's Final of the Stephen and Joe McCrae Memorial, sponsored by McCrae's Backhoe and Trucking, One Plain Jane. Owned by Lee and Faith Gavin of Tignish, trained by Ashley McDonald, Brady Sweet drives. 2 Rosetown Mary, owned by the Rosetown Stable of Stratford, and Taylor McPherson of Cornwall, Corey McPherson training and driving. Number 3, Chelsea, owned by Jeff Skinner of Hammond Plains and Bob Skinner of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle, Damian McClellan. Number 4, Sugar Bowl, owned by Tommy Collings and Brian McPhee of Mount Stewart, trained by Jeff Holmes, Gilles Barrio. 5 is Ace 44 Dome, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes drives. Number 6 is Redland Bethany Jean, owned by Redland Farms of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia, trained by Tom Weatherby, driven by Brody McPhee. 7 Pasta Mama, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford, Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell aboard. 8 Share the Moment is scratched, down to 4 minutes wagering time on the 14th. The Stephen and Joe McCrae Memorial Open Mares Final is proudly presented by McCrae's Backhoe and Trucking. We will have the trackside presentation after this Open Mares Final.
So out to the track we go here on race number 14 on this Sunday afternoon for the Stephen and Joe McCrae Memorial. McCrae Backhoe and Trucking Open Mares Final. They go for a purse of $15,500. We're tracking along with Sugar Bowl here. He's been putting in some great performances for Jeff Holmes and Tommy Collins, along with Brian McPhee of Mount Stewart. Gilles Barrio gets called to do the driving here this afternoon, and just like the fact he's got 4 wins from 15 starts, he does, and a good top 3 summary here, and a good striking position here from the wings.
Yeah, again, Lee, last time out you had post 7, finished 6, 56 and 1, but the 2 prior to that are what I'm kind of leaning on here. 14th Atlantic Mares there, left 5, pushed out off the wings, cut most of it, just collared late. She's one bad. Mama Chelsky got up to get her 55, 28 and 1. She was 3rd. And then on the 19th, raced really well, left 2, again put on the engine, 4th, just missed to pass to Mama 56, 28 and 2. So I'm going on post position here, trying a little bit of a value play on Sugar Bowl with Barrio in the bike here, getting 9-2.
Well, McPherson's having a great afternoon here, and this whole family actually tied in to these horses on this weekend have been just fantastic. And Rosetown Mary has a really good shot here of picking this off here this afternoon for the Rosetown stable of Stratford and Taylor McPherson of Cornwall. And, you know, when you come into it and look at it, the way this is going to shape up, she's had an incredible season for the family. She's the richest in the field today and has a chance to go back-to-back.
Yeah, she's been great, and she can really fly home. That's a great, great trait she has. If you look at those closing quarters, they're all 28 and 1 or 28 and 2, and her last 3 starts have been excellent. The Standardbred Canada pace there in Summerside, left 2, tracked all the way, and then reached up at the very end to score 55 and 1. Real nice win over Pasta Mama and Chelsky. And then if you slide down there on the 5th, left 2, tracking all the way, drafting all the way, second to Tobin's Brownie 54 and 2, 28 and 1. 6 wins from 18 starts. She's got a big shot here again today. Corey gets along very well with her, 1-4.
There's a look at Chelsea here, going to fire from post 3 here today for Damian McClellan and Jennifer Doyle, along with the ownership team of Jeffrey and Robert Skinner out of Truro, Nova Scotia. So they're coming into the action here. Has been out of the top 3 since that Birthplace Confederation Series Gold Cup night, and she finished 4th that night. So I wouldn't leave her off the ticket.
She has raced great this year, and just a reminder, folks, she won this race last year. Did Chelsea, the McRae's Backhoe and Trucking Open Mares final here for Stephen and Joe McRae Memorial. And we look at Chelsea knocking on the door, 3 back there, second by a neck, 55. She came right back. Fillies and Mares Preferred 1 here in Charlottetown, second by a head in 56. And then on the rail in Summerside, again raced really well, had to come first up third, 55 and 2, 28 and 3. She's sharp of late, and she's serving up 10-1 here. And, of course, we can't leave out Pasta Mama here as well. Brady Doyle of Stratford, Ryan and Evan McLeod of Surrey, they own. Landon Campbell trains. Mark Campbell does the driving. Summerside there, and the mares left 6 and was pointed to the front, cut it all out, and just nipped late second to Rosetown Mary, 55 and 2, 29 and 1. We'll see what the strategy is off the wings here today for Pasta Mama, who comes in with 7 wins from 16 starts.
So the Metro Home Building Center starting gate is rolling for race number 14 this afternoon. Countdown clock is in. Vance, if you're on headset here, we talked about, or you're questioning about the free leg for Windblown in 52 and 4. So I heard from Dr. Ian Moore. Astronomical had the free leg record in 2006 or 7 and 53 and 1 in the Gold Cup and Consolation. So I checked with Jerry, and he says today is indeed a new track record for free-legged.
Mr. Drake, thank you so much for that information. And the open mares in the Stephen and Joe McRae Memorial, they're lining up here in the 14th. Plain Jane, Rosetown Mary, Chelsea, Sugar Bowl, Ace 44 Dome, Redland Bethany Jean, Pasta Mama, Post Time. Up and facing Sugar Bowl is leaving out on the rail. Plain Jane between horses. Rosetown Mary, third one around the turn to get away. Fourth is Chelsea off stride. Rosetown Mary's on the run. Up the backstretch they go. Berrio has put Sugar Bowl right on the choo-choo to lead by better than 2. Second is Plain Jane. Back into third, Chelsea. Pasta Mama's in fourth. Then it's Ace 44 Dome in fifth. 6 is Redland Bethany Jean trailing the field. That is Rosetown Mary. Check this one out. Wow. Boom. Just like that. 26-4. An incredible opening quarter mile. Sugar Bowl put that one on the board. She's about to put the opening half mile on the board. It'll be nowhere close. Here comes Chelsea now. Up on the outside second. Third at the rail, Plain Jane. Pasta Mama's on the move in the outside fourth. 55 and 4 was the opening half mile. This keeps up. We'll get a new track record in here. Up the backstretch they go. Sugar Bowl the leader. Chelsea the challenger. In at the rail, Plain Jane third. Fourth on the outside, Pasta Mama. Now in fifth is Ace 44 Dome. 3 wide 6. Rosetown Mary trailing at the rail. Redland Bethany Jean seventh. 1:24. 2 was the 3/4, 1/8 of a mile out. Sugar Bowl is homeward bound. Chelsea on the outside second. Third is Pasta Mama. They're in deep stretch Now, Chelsky, Sugar Bowl. Chelsky upsets them in the McRae Memorial. Second, Sugar Bowl, Pasta Mama up for third, 153-2.
Well, the Universal Media Slow-Mo for you in the stretch drive. These have been exciting all day long. What a show it has been here this afternoon. Stephen and Joe McRae Memorial. McRae's back home in trucking. Open Mayor's final. And Chelsky, Peter, you said in the pre-race, she had a chance to go back-to-back in this, and she's done it again.
Yeah, she did, Lee. She won it last year, and she gets the job done again this year. My pick, Sugar Bowl, went 26-4, 55-4, 124-2. Chelsky comes at her, wouldn't go away, and is going to grind on by the 4 here late. Chelsky, I said just before the race, head her for third in here. We cannot leave her out. Her form was excellent, and she proved it again here today. Hats off to her. First over grind, Chelsky and Damian McClellan. They win the 14th.
That'll be about the most gutsy performance you'll ever see on a half-mile racetrack as this mare comes first up and retains the title in the Stephen and Joe McRae Memorial, and she is Chelsky. Arriving at the 14th race winner's circle, pacing mare 7 by Roll With It Harry. Off the Bettor's Delight Dam safety net, owned by Jeff Skinner of Hammond Plains and Bob Skinner of Truro, Nova Scotia. Bred by Tony Zutoff of Pictou, Nova Scotia. Driving park leading trainer Jennifer Doyle doubles up. Damian McClellan just got the ride of a lifetime today, and the mare has never been better than she was this afternoon at Charlottetown, pacing to a new race win record of 153-2. Chelsky captures the Stephen and Joe McRae Memorial with the winner's circle presentation. Now the official results from the 14th. Plain Jane 4th. Rosetown Mary 7th. Chelsky, the race winner. Sugar Bowl finished 2nd. Ace 44 Dome was 6th. Redland Bethany Jean finished 5th. Pasta Mama was 3rd. Share the Moment was Scratch Fractions 26-4. 55-4. 124-2. And the time for the mile in 153-2. In review, 471, 265, 3 scratched. Chelsea 2190 on the nose. The exactor 146.70. Triactor 270.60. Superfecta was 49.96.
Well, there it is, 3, 4, 7, and 1. Your top 4 there from race number 14. And I got to tell you, the great pie there, $270.60 on that triactor. And we've got exciting action still to come here. We got the 15th coming up next. And then, of course, the Premier's Cup. That road to the Atlantic Invitational Series, and it's the Premier's Cup. Ends off here today for $50,000. Last night was a very special night, and they will take their spot, at least the Island family will take their spot on the wall just on the other side of our glass here, Peter, at Red Shores, where we champion a lot of history here. And those are the families that were honored for 50 years or more involvement in harness racing. The McLean family on Prince Edward Island, the McCollum family from Nova Scotia, and the Ryan family from New Brunswick.
Yeah, congratulations to all 3 families. Great to see them get the recognition that they deserve here. Like you mentioned, the Ryans, the McCollums, and the McLeans. And also a special award last night to our dear friend Ken Oakes, who passed earlier this year. He got the Lifetime Achievement Award, well deserved, along with the Joe Smallwood Memorial this morning here at Red Shores.
That's right. We also announced last night from Red Shores and the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association the Kent Oakes Memorial Bursary. And we'll have more on that around the criteria, but it's going to help youth tied to harness racing, and we'll have more to come as the horses roll out of the paddock for race 15.
The 15th race on Post Parade, Good Omen wears number 1, owned by Roseanne Langell. Ellie Driscoll of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell, training and driving. 2 is Avatar J, owned by Darren Smith of Rocky Point and Jody Sanderson of Cornwall. Darren is the trainer and driven by Mark Campbell. 3, Navalny, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated of Elmsdale, trained and driven by Adam Murner. 4 is Cowboy Logic, owned by Morris McCabe, Angus Burt, George Burke, and Wayne McPherson, trained by Harold Shepard and driven by Stephen Shepard. 5 is Mr. Rowdy, owned by Jimmy Gorman of South Melville and Darlene Compton of South Panette, trainer-driver Corey McPherson. 6 is Scratch, number 7, Luckiest Man Alive, owned by Mike Pollard of Stratford, trained by Jennifer Doyle. Damian McClellan drives. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 15. Red Shores is pleased to announce the HPI rewards for PEI customers this fall and winter meet. Sign up and play the horses through HPIBet.com and the new HPI rewards program for PEI.
Well, very proud to launch that HPI Rewards program for PEI customers at the start of this season, and it will continue to the end of the season. That'll go to November 19th at Summerside and the end of January of 2025 here in Charlottetown. So sign up and play the horses through HPI Bet. Making our way out to the track, and this is Avatar J, a horse we know very well. Has been racing signature events over the years. Mark Campbell gets the call to do the driving here today for trainer Darren Smith, who co-owns with Jody Sanderson of Cornwall. We know them all well.
Yeah, we do.
A lot of great memories over the years. 3 wins from 12 starts with Post 2 and Campbell, and a good chance to make it 4 wins this season.
Yeah, again, if you slide down the lines there, you can see on the 8th of September, 1451 level here in Charlottetown. Left 7 came first up and was a winner for Mark. 55 and 4 closed in 30th. Since then, raced 3 times. The one latest one was the 1801s here in Charlottetown. Left 6, had to come first up third, 57, 29. And 3. So, again, better spot to work from here today from Post 2. Mark Campbell back on the bike. Avatar J's got lots of backlash. I think he'll be close here today for Avatar J and Mark Campbell right now, 3-1.
All right, let's track along with the rail sitter here, 2-5 choice at this point. Before we go to gate, this is Good Omen and Paul Langell, along with the ownership team of Roseanne Langell and Ellie Driscoll of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. So, you know, scratched out of it last time out, and I like Kurt's assessment there in the post-time picks. Been off for a little bit, about 4 weeks, but the rail should help with his trip today, and the bettors certainly agree with that.
Yeah, again, he'll be tucked in, no doubt about it. 7 starts this year, does have a couple of wins, 55 and 4 right here at Redshores in Charlottetown. Mainly racing, you can see those 3-year-olds in the Mackenzie at Truro there, finished 5th, 55 and 1 to Tobin's Chester, and then the PI Colt here in the goal, tracked along for 4th, 55 and 3, 28 and 3. No doubt he has the speed. He'll be in a good spot here. Langell has him on the rail, 1-4.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, sometimes we talk about these horses, especially when they land in with aged horses like that. And
yeah.
You sometimes forget, okay, well, you know, we talk to them like their age, but they're really young.
That's
only
right.
3.
That's right.
So
And
they have so much more to learn.
Well, when you get up against the aged horses, of course, it's a little bit different than racing your same class of 3-year-olds. But again, I think just with the inside advantage for Good Omen today, that'll help him. If he was on the outside, maybe a little tougher.
Good group in here. The 6 is out. So we're scratched down with the 6 out of the action here this afternoon. There's Navalny here, post position 3 today. Adam Murner training and driving for Dale and Ronnie Rennie of Elmsdale here. And coming into the action, makes his 15th start of the season, goes after his 15th lifetime win. And started off the meet in June with a victory, and you have him in here to complete your triactor today, Pete.
Yeah, I do like him just based. Again, he's on the inside here. I like to start 2 down, a similar level, 1701s here, where he was on the rail and he tracked all the way, pretty much in the 3-hole. He did reach up to get the deuce late. Second, 54 and 329, only beaten 3/4 of a length. And then he was back out after a long layoff, back out to race on the 5th of October here. Good level, 2051s here in Charlottetown. Left 3, finished 6th, 55 and 3, 28 and 3. So I think a little tighter this time out after the long layoff. He had the 1 start, so back in. And again, he gets a good post to work from. Adam knows him very well. Yeah, we'll put him in for 3rd here at 7-1.
I think there's another one in there, too, that luckiest man alive, Damian McCollum and Jennifer Doyle. They just had a big win there in the last race, and they're rolling right along here with Mike Pollard at Stratford, and I don't know.
He's been sharp. You look at he won his second last start, and then
54.
10 claimer. He came from post 6, and he just missed by half a length in 56 and 3. He was started and finished 4th. That's how close it was.
getting through this weekend, and our friends in Truro with a card tomorrow at 1 o'clock, Thanksgiving Monday. Countdown clock's in for the 15th. It is post time in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. And back upstairs for the race call, here's Vance Cameron.
Good Omen, Avatar J. Navalny. Cowboy Logic, Mr. Riley, and Luckiest Man Alive scratched down to a half a dozen noses moving up on the gate here in the 15th. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and pacing Mr. Riley leaving out. Good Omen along the rail between horses. Avatar J. Then on the far outside, Luckiest Man Alive leaves out. Navalny around the turn is fifth. Then the early trailer. That is Cowboy Logic. Up the backstretch they go to the opening quarter. Good Omen out in front. Rushing at him now. Luckiest Man Alive about to take over the lead for Damian McClellan. Good Omen now second. Mr. Riley in third. Avatar J racing fourth. Then in fifth, that is Navalny trailing the field. Cowboy Logic is sixth. 27-3. Around the turn they go off of that swift opening quarter. Luckiest Man Alive out in front. Good Omen goes second. Out of the turn third, Mr. Riley. There goes Avatar J sent wide from fourth. Navalny continues fifth. And the trailer, that is Cowboy Logic halfway home in the 15th. The two-length leader. Luckiest Man Alive, 55-2. Second panel, 27-4. Wow, they're sitting up here on Championship Sunday. To the backstretch they go. Three quarters coming next. Luckiest Man Alive. Avatar J, the veteran, takes over the lead as they arrive at three quarters. Luckiest Man Alive could not hold him off. From the outside, Mr. Riley third. Good Omen got trapped in fourth. Fifth on the outside, Navalny trailing the field. Cowboy Logic, three quarters in 1:24-2. And they're headed down the home stretch. Avatar J all alone. The only battle here for the deuce. Avatar J will give Mark Campbell a grand slam on Super Sunday. Mr. Riley rallied in second. Luckiest Man Alive third. Another big time trip. 1:53-1.
All right, Universal Media slow-mo for you on the 15th here this afternoon. Campbell with a big day at the office here and a big win aboard Avatar J here today. That's his 38th lifetime victory here today, and when Campbell put him into play, boy, was he serious.
Yeah, Lee, I liked him today. I liked his spot here today. He's got a ton of back classes, this guy. Mark didn't panic early. 7 goes. Luckiest Man Alive, Good Omen. At that point, Mr. Riley, and then Avatar J, and then the first over move at the half. And when they swung to the backside, it was brush and crush tactics. He said goodnight, 124-2, all alone at the wire, 153-1. Avatar J and Campbell in the 15th.
What a classy veteran horse, showing some speed from the past today here in Charlottetown. That's Avatar J in the 15th. Bay Pacing Stallion 10 by American Ideal. From the Arts Place Dam Arts Fantasy, home with Darren Smith of Rocky Point and Jody Sanderson of Cornwall, bred by Steiner Stock Farm of Lima, Ohio. trained by Darren Smith. And the driving park's leading driver, Mark Campbell, gets his fourth win. It's Grand Slam time, and the veteran pacer stops the clock in 1:53 and a 1. Avatar J and the Campbell Grand Slam in the 15th. Here's the official results now in the 15th race. Good Omen 5th. Avatar J, the race winner. Navalny finished 4th. Cowboy Logic 6th. Mr. Riley was 2nd. All About the Cash was scratched. Luckiest Man Alive finished 3rd. They went 27-3, 55-2, 124-2, and the mile 153-1. In review, 514, 62, scratch 3. Avatar J paid 630. Exactor 3010. Tractor 10190. Superfecta 5119. You've all hung around late. The $50,000 Premier's Cup comes next. 8 minutes. On the 16th race parade, it's the $50,000 Premier's Cup. Number 1, Roll'em, owned by Brady Doyle, Brent Campbell, Ryan McLeod in Savage Stable, trained by Brent Campbell, driven by Mark Campbell. 2, Tony Too Tall, owned by Perry Burke of Gros Isle, Quebec, trained by Trevor Hicken, Brady Sweet, catch drives. 3, Roll With It, Hottie Toddy, owned by Trevor Hicken of Montague, and Trevor the trainer, Miles Heffernan drives. 4, Blood Money is owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Ron Matheson, David Dowling. 5, B2B, the co-holder of the track record at Charlottetown, owned by Donald McRae and Blair McLaughlin, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Number 6 is Batter Up Hanover, owned by Debbie Francis, Roseanne Langell, Douglas Lowthers, and Chantel Langell. Paul Langell trains and drives. 7 is Twinbee Tough Enough, owned by Patrick Morris of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson, Jill Barrio. Number 8 is Island Beach Boy, owned by Ian Smith of Stratford and Arnold Hagan of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia, trained by Tommy Weatherby, driven by Brody McPhee. We're down to 2 minutes wagering time on race number 16. It's the Premier's Cup. After $50,000 in prize money, guys, we're up with our selections here when we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. And Lee and Peter, what can we say but just an absolutely perfect weekend. If you just show the weather out a little bit from yesterday, guys, what a program we've had today. Our patrons have stuck with us all day long. They're not going anywhere till they see this $50,000 Premier's Cup. I like 1, Roll 'em off the rail. A rare break last time around. However, he come back to pace in 54-2. He went an incredible trip when it was all said and done. 7, Twinbee Tough Enough. He had no luck at the draw, guys, but you have to like him. And the Barrio-Matheson combination, I got in for the dues. I'll go to the co-holder of the track record in Charlottetown, the 5 V2B. Then I may stun you. I'm going to the Trevor Hicken barn. I'm going to take 2 horses. I'm going to use the 2 Tony Too Tall. What a trip he went at Woodstock. That mile in 54 to me just stands out. And I'll use 3, Roll with Hottie Toddy, to complete my super high 5. I like 1, 7, 5, 2, 3. Gentlemen, your choices.
Yeah, you know what? It's a fantastic field as we make our way out to the track to track along with some of the contenders in here for the Premier's Cup here today. No doubt about it. 1 through 8. I think it's just a stellar field. I'm leaning on the 7, Twinbee Tough Enough. Just $8,000 away from $100,000 earned this season. Hard to go against him in these signature events. He's best off a helmet. I think that's the way it's going to set up for him here today to get it done. I like B2B in there, the code track record holder, and 1 back-to-back in 52-4. And he's leaving from post 5, and he's in an interesting spot here today, Peter and Vance, because he's got to be able to, leave out of there to get track position, and I think that's going to be interesting for Roll 'em off the rail. So draws inside. He won this race last year, so I'm going to leave him in there as well. My top 3 ticket. He could be as well on the top of the ticket with you, Vance. I agree. And you know what? I'm going to go with Batter Up Hanover in there. Shows 3 trips and 53 and change in his last 5, so I like him for 4th. And, the Tony Too Tall trip stands out to me. So my ticket is 7, 5, 1, 6, and 2.
Yeah, you can go any direction. I did go to Roll 'em on the rail here for Mark Campbell. I do like Twinbee Tough Enough. He can do it anyway. And what a year he said. I think he's got a great chance to be Horse of the Year, in my honest opinion. He won the Governor's Plate. He was 3rd in the Gold Cup trial. He was 2nd in the Gold Cup final. He's just had a dynamite season, Twinbee Tough Enough. He can possibly win from post 7. I do like 3, Roll with Hottie Toddy on the inside, then 5, B2B, and I'm going to put Blood Money in as well. So, 1, 7, 3, 5, 4 from this side of the desk.
Yeah, there's a look at Roll'em scoring down here right now for Mark Campbell. And you know what? And trainer Brent Campbell have had a big day here at the office. Brady Doyle, Brent Campbell, Ryan McLeod, Savage Stable as well, also in the ownership group here. And, you know, what's not to like off the rail here today? You're lining up in the Premier's Cup. You did it last year, and it'll be special to do it again. There's no doubt about that, especially going for 50,000 here today. So he's got all the elements going in the right direction today, and whether they can get it done. And the other thing I'll mention, Peter, the miles today have been unbelievable. The track crew have done a fantastic job from Saturday till today, but these are fantastic miles for a very cool Sunday.
Incredible speed, really, throughout the afternoon. And, you talked about Roland, 7 wins from 16 starts, 12 for 16 in top threes. We think he'll probably be on the front end. The question is, can he go all the way here today? We're about to find out. There's lots of great ways to go. You see B2B. This is Kurt Hughes' top pick, B2B here. Jason Hughes, he likes the cool weather, like Van said. He's tied the track record last fall, so he's got a big shot. And there's the 7, like I talked about. Twin B Tough Enough, to me, just a terrific 2024, and he could cap it off here in the Premier's Cup.
I know David McKenzie with Red Shores is going to be in that winner circle here today as well as we do the trackside presentation, and it's going to be quite a celebration there.
Minor delay here in the start. 6 batter up Hanover. He's in the paddock for an equipment adjustment. So the windows are going to remain open and selling. If you've got a last minute selection, those windows are still open.
There's a shot of batter up Hanover in the paddock. That's our paddock judge, John Power, overseeing things there, making the adjustment, and they're going back out. Here's a look at Island Beach Boy there. And for Ian Smith and Arnold Hagan and Bible Hill, Brody McPhee driving for Tom Weatherby today. Boy, they got saddled with post 8 here today. So, but you talk about horses that can leave.
Yeah, he's one of them.
This guy can really bust a gate. Like, he's unbelievable. Some of the speed that I've seen this horse go over the years, and it's unfortunate he's got the 8-hole today. As Earl Smith, the late Earl Smith, used to say, someone's got to leave from there.
Yeah, for sure, and he's in a tough spot here today because there is speed to his inside. So we'll see what kind of a trip Brody can work out from post 8 here for Island Beach Boy. 2 wins from 16 starts, 54-2 over Summerside. Post 8 here today. We'll see what Brody can work out.
This is a tough race to handicap here. It's a good group. They're lining up on the 16th. There's the countdown clock. It's in. The horses line up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, and we're going to send it upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
And Lee, we can't have a championship Sunday without the horses, the horse people, the sponsors, and the fans. And the fans have hung around all day waiting on a $50,000 Premier's Cup. Roll 'em. Tony Too Tall, Roll with Hottie Toddy, Blood Money, B2B, Batter Up Hanover, Twinbee Tough Enough, Island Beach Boy on the grandstand side. Showtime at Charlottetown. They're off and pacing in the Premier's Cup. Roll with Hottie Toddy, the first call. Roll 'em along the rail. Then racing third is Tony Too Tall. Fourth is Blood Money. Twinbee Toughen Up rolls up on the outside fifth. To get away sixth is B2B. Then seventh, Batter Up Hanover on the outside in eighth. That is Island Beach Boy as they race the back stretch and go to the opening quarter and make the lead. Roll with Hottie Toddy, and it was short-lived. Campbell right-lined. Roll 'em on to take over the lead. Roll with Hottie Toddy is second. They went quarter pole bound in 27 and a 3 around the turn at 3/8, led by Rollum and Campbell. Second is Roll with Hottie Toddy. Tony Too Tall away third. There goes Twinbee Tough Enough. Racing fourth. Fifth up the rail, Blood Money on the outside sixth. B2B moving up seventh. Island Beach Boy, now the trailer. Batter Up Hanover, halfway home in the Premier's Cup. And they were arrived at the midway point in 56 and 2. Over to the 5/8, Rollum the leader. Roll with Hottie Toddy at the rail second. Twinbee Tough Enough picks up third on the outside. Fourth at the rail, Tony Too Tall. Moving up fifth is B2B. Blood Money is sixth. Island Beach Boys seventh. Trailing the field, Batter Up Hanover 8. 3/4 in 1. 25 flat. They round the turn for the final time. Down to an eighth of a mile left to go. Roll 'em homeward bound from the outside. Twinbee Tough Enough. Roll with Hottie Toddy. Tony Too Tall. And B2B. Here's Roll 'em. Mark Campbell's fifth winner of the day. And they capture the Premier's Cup. It goes to Roll 'em. 1:52.3. Wow!
Here's a look at the Universal Media slow-mo for you in the Premier's Cup here this afternoon, Peter, and that's why he's the top driver on the grounds here in the Maritimes. That was a big, big move here. Roll him. He couldn't stay behind the 3 for long. He had to go back out, and he wanted to control this, and he did today, and he gets it done back-to-back Premier's Cup victories.
They put him on top because he was on the rail here today, and I thought Mark would want to boss this year, and I knew they'd have him ready. 27 and 3. Like you said, he is the leader over there. 56 and 2. Roll with Hottie Toddy was sitting second at that point. Twinbee Tough Enough goes, followed by B2B through 125. Mark had the jump on them with Rollum in the lane here now. They are coming at him here late, but he's got enough to hang on and 1:52 and 3. B2B was flying on the end of it. He's second. Tough trip for Twinbee Tough Enough. He's third. Rollum defends his title in the Premier's Cup. We'll see him in the winner's circle next.
Well, the defending champ has put the title up and retains here at Charlottetown. That is a Rollum into the 16th race winner's circle. Roland Bay Pace and Gelding 6 by Time to Roll from the Pan Pacific Flight Dam. Feet on the dashboard. Owned by Brady Doyle, Brent Campbell, Ryan McLeod, and the Savage Stable. Bred by David and Karen Aaron Holtz. Brent Campbell with the training double. Mark Campbell has a super Sunday afternoon with win number 5. And the trip off a closing quarter of 27-3 totals up to 152-3. Rollum captures the $50,000 Premier's Cup with the Winner's Circle trackside presentation. David McKenzie from Red Shores joining in the celebration in the Winner's Circle. Rollum. Mark Campbell win 5, 152-3. It's the Premier's Cup. Here's the official results from the 16th. Rollum the winner. Tony Too Tall 5th. Roll with Hottie Toddy 4th. Blood Money finished 6th. B2B was 2nd. Batter Up Hanover finished 7th. Twin B Tough Enough was 3rd. Island Beach Boy finished 8th. They went 27-3. 56-2. 125. And the mile in 152-3. From the top, your program reads 154-627-38. Rollum paid $3. Exactor $9. Triactor $17.40. The late daily double paid $12.80. And the Super High Five returned $36.49. That's going to wrap up the weekend of champions here in Charlottetown. The afternoon's pari-mutuel handle went $115,192. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.